Good evening, gentlemen. It has been a while. It's been a very busy week for all of us. It is your boy, Sir Yudis. Welcome to the Today stream. And the topic, as you can see in the title, University of Adversity, which I believe that's where all men should go. What I mean by that is, it's something that's going to be very important in a man's life. It's going to be, how you say, something that will make your life, how you say, you'll build character. You'll become a bigger and better man in the process if that man is able to overcome that. But at the same time, that's where majority of women should not go because that's where a bunch of baggage, that's where all the mental health issues come about, and all this crazy fucking nonsense that happens in her past is going to forever haunt her for the rest of her life. And we will explain why I say men should go to university adversity and women should not. We'll explain because I got your boy, the Great Ghost here. So before I begin, and go ahead and adjust the chat. All right, Jerry, about to go to sleep soon. Okay, have a good sleep. Make sure you get those full 8 hours. I operate on 5 hours, so I'm built different. Lego was going on. Psy was good. Dax was going on. Sons of Patriarchy, you back once again. There goes the Gray Ghost cruising in the chat. Mr. H, I know who you are, but was good. Crimson was good. What is going on? Let's keep going. Lord Messiah, I will definitely work with Gray to get alternative because I know PayPal's easy, but you know what happened with the PayPal situation. So I definitely cannot use that one. But give us a day or two. I'll definitely find an alternative from Cash App. It's just give us a little bit more time. A little bit more time. Jabba These Nuts was good. Okay, I think I addressed majority of the people. Oh, nope. IY fan, what's going on? Oh, just some random guy. Yeah, no shit. You made out of bones. I made out of bones and just pure like rage, pure spite. Like you see, that's the only reason I'm here, right? Sir Eudes is here just out of just I manifested myself just from rage alone. I'm fucking around. I'm gonna go ahead and start this bad boy. But before I begin, if you want to support your boy, the link is on top of the chat. Cash App / Sir Eudes. You guys been very generous this past couple weeks, and I do appreciate it very much. If you believe that my content is worth your investment, it's definitely a good thing for me because this definitely gives me the motivation to keep going and give you guys more content. But let me go ahead and get the Great Ghost. And also, once again, like I don't give a shit if you donate or not. Okay, I appreciate it, but I'm not gonna be that guy. I'm gonna stop my whole stream until you donate. No, that's some bitch made shit. The Great Ghost, what's going on?
Good evening. Well, just got back from card night. Pretty good night. Pretty good night. My deck's finally coming together and starting to show off some power. So got some minis I'm going to work on. And with regards to payment alternatives specifically, I'd encourage everyone who can't use Cash App to look up Skrill, Skrill. Make an account there because that's going to be the next best payment method. So
yeah, because Disciple wasn't the only one that came to me and Gray saying, hey, we can't donate through Cash App because it's not available in my country. So we'll definitely get Skrill first to see if that works pretty well.
Yeah, well, Skrill works with Streamlabs, so
okay, so we can definitely transfer everything from OBS to Streamlabs. That should work. But for the topic today, the University of Adversity, I want to start with the male side first. How do you feel about? You believe that it should be a necessity for a man to go through some type of, obstacle, some type of problem to overcome.
Well, it's very much the archetypal hero's journey. Like, a man needs obstacles and he needs to fail in order to overcome them. Like, it's in our cultural psyche, it's in our stories, and even physiologically. Like, you don't get stronger muscles by just doing very light exercise that isn't strenuous. To get them to build, they actually have to fail a certain amount. Now, you obviously don't want to snap your muscles, but you do need to push them to their absolute limits where they can't continue anymore, and then you have to wait for them to recover, and then you do it all over again. And it's just built into men to push ourselves and fail and get stronger because we learn from the failure.
Okay, I definitely agree with that. Can you hear me still?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. See, I'm not trying to say that, oh, a man has to go through something beyond traumatic, right? Because man or woman, right, PTSD is definitely real. But the difference between men and women is men, unfortunately, for the most part, has to shut up and deal with it. Because society doesn't really care for the most part. Like, you see a bunch of, at least when it comes to warfare, you see a bunch of men that when the combat come home and people, they're like, oh man, why are you so scared of this? Why are you so scared of that? Why are you so paranoid, bro? Come on, man, just straighten up. You would hear the exact opposite when it comes to a female soldier.
And like, the other thing is, like, to all the fans of Star Wars, like, if you're aware of Grand Admiral Thrawn, like, there's a whole bunch of clips on YouTube of his philosophy stuff. But right now I've got an 8-minute video pulled up on the difference between an error and a mistake. But there's so much philosophical waxing on errors, mistakes, and growth from them. So, like, if you're looking for something along those lines, I'd recommend looking up Thrawn stuff on YouTube. I don't know whether or not I'd be able to make videos out of them because I'd be paranoid about copyright, but
right. Yeah, the Disney's a bitch when it comes to that. Motherfuckers. But when it comes to the adversity that I'm talking about, the reason I'm doing a comparison between men and women is the reason why I said it is definitely good for men, but horrible for women. Ever since you've been a young boy, you've been always told to, hey, toughen up. If you injured yourself, if you like scraped your knee or something, or you are almost always held accountable if you got in trouble, whether it's at school, whether it's at home, whether you did something dumb in public, you always got held accountable. It was no way out of it, at least in my opinion, for young men. There was no way out of it. You were always held accountable, especially if you have a father in your life. But the opposite, yeah, I know. There's more and more single mothers being made every day. So it's a weird situation. But what I'm trying to say is, you really see young women, young girls going through the exact same adversity as men? No, because they never have to, or they rarely do. When it comes to getting into a fight, when it comes to getting seriously injured or being held accountable for their bad behavior.
Well, this is the other thing too. Like, if you look at like how young men are treated versus young women, like a young man, a boy, like, he will be left to figure things out on his own, whereas a young girl would be sheltered under ideal circumstances. You want to protect and preserve a woman to keep them away from harm. Whereas the boys, like, you let them roughhouse. You let them figure out their own strength, their own limits. You let them get covered in dirt and scuffed up and scraped knees, etc.
I do remember growing up that it was always a bet you won't do that again or figure it out. I have not heard that from the female counterpart around my age. They're like, "Oh, it's okay, baby. Oh, good, just come here. I'll go ahead and fix it for you."
Well, and that's exactly part of the problem. By like, men understand that boys need to go through that kind of stuff to learn, because like being told to do something is one thing, or told not to do something, but the experience doesn't sink in as much as having an actual personal experience. I mean, sure, we can
Right.
talk all about like wise men learn from the mistakes of others, but good luck finding a child that is wise.
I agree. I completely agree with that.
So you
That's
have
why,
to,
yeah,
you got to give them the experience.
agreed. And because of the experience that the young boys had to go through through their childhood, compared to the lack of experience that young girls had to go through when it comes to dealing with adversity, now we're seeing the parallels of what's happening today in society. And I also want to mention the creation of simps, or weak, frail men, right? Because of the single mothers, they're way less likely to hold their young boys accountable. They always have some type of excuse, or saying, "Oh, he's just a child. Don't yell at my child. This is my baby. You know, you can do it. You're not his dad."
Well, but that's the other thing, like the
Yeah,
helicopter parenting or the keeping them all inside and not letting them go out, like that is very much what single mothers do quite a bit. And that is stunting the growth of these men. Like they don't, not only do they not have to face the consequences of their actions much of the time, they're not even allowed to do actions that would have consequences.
agreed. And that's where things get very out of control, to the point it can be life threatening or fatal. What I mean by that is, chat, yeah, the son is going to emulate the single mother about how the world works in her eyes. But once he gets to the adult age, he's out there in the world on his own. He's going to learn very quickly, hopefully not fatally, that you don't live, you're not held accountable to the same standards as your single mother. You're a grown man, and you'll be treated as such. And it's usually a painful consequence if you try
Well,
to start fights and shit.
well, and the other thing is you learn from women often that social approval is very important, and that you do what others say if they have a higher social standing than you in order to get along. And that's where you get a lot of these impressionable young men who get coerced into doing fucking stupid, dangerous stuff for the approval of their male peers.
I know that's a very big problem, especially in the black community in the United States. Very big problem. I agree with that, 1,000,000%. Yeah, that's what they do. Like, especially with the young kids, they always want to fit in with the crowd, and they will go through any lengths to be accepted by the crew. So it's definitely true. You're speaking facts right now.
Yeah. Like we see this, we know this is an issue, but unfortunately, just ain't much we can do about it.
That is true. This is, in my point, yeah, it's out of our hands. It's a systematic thing, in my opinion, of what's going on right now. But we all pretty much know the premises of, men. That's why we got, well, at least not the United States anymore per se, but I'll say in the non-Western world, they still have, trial by fire initiations for young boys transitioning to men.
Well, the
You
problem
know,
is now, like, I think that boys instinctively look for that kind of stuff. They expect it. But when there's no father in their life, they search for the nearest male authority figure, which most of the time is not going to be one that has their best interests in mind.
do you think that's one of the main causes of the gang violence today?
Absolutely.
Where okay,
Like, you've got tons of boys searching for some kind of male approval, and all it takes is like, and if it's not a father archetype, then at the very least you have an older brother that fills the void.
Oh yeah, and that's where I do feel pretty bad for the oldest male child, because if the father's not around, he is immediately going to be treated as a son husband, even as young as 10 years old. Like it is very, in my opinion, that is a gigantic obstacle, to the point where I say it's traumatic for that young man to go through that, because he has all that burden on his shoulders to make sure that the family is intact. Because you know about women not being held accountable.
Yeah. Well, actually, that actually reminds me of a character in a Stephen King book where this one guy he was brought up by a single mother, and it was him, his younger brother, and his younger sister. And his younger sister gets hit by a drunk driver. And rather than the mother blaming the driver or the court system, which didn't lock the guy up after his third DUI, she insisted that the daughter got hit because someone wasn't watching out for her. And so placed responsibility on the eldest son to watch out for the remaining child.
And oh damn, I can't believe he put in the book. All right, he's dropping slight red pills. Okay. That's I'm gonna have to read that.
Yeah, Stephen King's The Dark Tower series. I do recommend. I recommend the books.
Okay.
Like,
I'll definitely check it out.
Just the books, maybe the comic, but really the books.
Yes, and that's the thing, gentlemen, which is a make or break situation for a lot of young men out there that doesn't have fathers in the household. They can somehow, some way fill the role as the older brother and the son husband, and somehow, by like a miracle, they're still able to do pretty good in their adult life, or they will definitely be destroyed, knowing that they're not going to take their single mother seriously. They're not going to take their serious, especially when the boy gets older and stronger and more logically, and use more rationality. She's never going to be, or she will rarely use that, if that. So of course, like what Gray said, he's going to be going out there looking for some type of male guidance, because she can't do it. She's not a man. So if he can't get it from his uncle, if he can't get it from his older cousins or something like that, he's gonna go out to the world, and like what Gray said, it's probably not gonna end well.
Yeah. All right. Like in my case, because I got a bit of personal experience with that. You look for like fictional men to emulate.
Oh yeah, like Superman and Batman and just like
Well, like superheroes are one thing, but like even Atticus Finch from To Kill a Mockingbird, like
okay.
Like you won't just look at superheroes; you look at actually somewhat realistic, like male role models from stories.
Yeah. Which one I can think of right now? Fish from Boys in the Hood. Fishborn. I forgot the actor's name.
Lawrence Fishburne.
The one that played Morpheus.
Yeah, Lawrence Fishburne.
Yeah, he was the one that played the positive male role model for these kids that are in the hood, game banging. That's a good example. But unfortunately, they'll also go to, like you said, they'll go to men that don't have their best interests at hand and do some stupid shit like sell drugs or yeet somebody. So it's there's a lot of layers.
Yeah, like it's going to be a fucking crapshoot, mostly based on what media they have access to. That's why the prevalence of rap music, for example, it's going to be wide influence because many of those rappers, they are going to be surrogate father figures to their listeners, whether they like it or not. So
and that's the horrible part, because even the rappers these days are straight up feminine as fuck. It's not even the rap from like the 80s or the 90s or the 2000 early 2000s.
And
Or
that's
the-
why they push like certain artists over others.
Right, they're wearing purses now. They're wearing the glittery skinny jeans. They're
Yeah,
wearing
like
makeup.
let me just
What's up?
just off the top of my head, like I'm willing to bet that Takashi X9 or whatever the fuck his name was,
Yeah, I
that
know what you're
he's
talking about.
more well known than Lupe Fiasco.
Agreed. Yes, he's Takashi got pushed to the goddamn moon. Like, Jesus. Even when he was a straight up snitch, which is a no go, it's like, you don't talk about Fight Club type situation. He's still out there doing his thing. I'm like, what? Like back then, there's consequences, but more and more as time goes by, there's less and less men being held accountable at this point because now they're having the female mentality of all these excuses being made.
Oh, and like they're given the ability to get away with that kind of stuff too. Like it's not just a matter of they think they can get away with it. No, they actually do get away with it. It's very much political stuff. Like so long as you are on the correct side of politics, you are permitted to get away with bullshit.
Yes, I agree. As long as you associate with a certain group, that's what the issue is. But Rambo is a parody of masculinity. The Tiny Hats wants you to think that that is what masculinity should be, rather than be the patriarch of a strong family. Rambo was a broken man. Yeah, even though he was a broken man, that was his obstacle. That was his adversity. He was able to still carry on with the mission, even though he was dealing with the PTSD and all that stuff. And
well,
once again, I'm not denying he's a broken man. I'm not denying that.
Let's think personally. Like I have only ever seen Rambo 1.
Right.
Like so, to me, that is Rambo's story. It is the first one where it is a broken man lashing out at a very cruel world.
Yeah, because he was getting treated like complete trash when he got back home.
Yeah.
After all the killings and his friends, seeing his friends' legs get like blown to pieces, and all the combat that he saw. Yes, that's along the lines of like straight up PTSD. I agree. But at the same time, as the movies went on, he still overcome his demons and carried on with the mission. I still believe, even though it's not really a realistic version, I still believe it still sets a good example of, keep pushing forward even though you're dealing with some problems. And that's what a man should do.
Yeah, I can't say one way or the other. Like all I can do is be
I'm not
like,
saying you don't get help. Like if you need to go get some help, talk to some bros, talk to your father, like if you need to get some help, but you don't give up. You keep trucking forward. Like what Rocky said. You life can knock you on your ass, but doesn't mean you should stay on the ground and just let it happen. Get back up.
Yeah. Because about how hard you can hit, it's how hard you can get hit and still keep going. But that goes back to the University of Adversity. Like the first thing you got to learn to do is not to fight, but to take a punch.
Yes, that's
like
cool.
You can learn all the advanced combat techniques in the world, all the great one-shot killer moves, all that. If you don't know how to take a punch, then you're going to crumple at the first sign of real opposition, which is what we see nowadays. So many people, like they are so quick to lash out with absolutely every vile thing they know. And as soon as there's even the slightest bit of resistance, they crumple and flee.
Yeah, like like the Steven Crowder video, he was dealing with a trans woman, the black one, and this person threw their shoe at him, Steven Crowder, and ran away as fast as this person could. Like they weren't ready for an opposition. And when Steven Crowder turned around and tried to see like who threw that at me, she not she, but the trans woman was already bolting down the street, running away. You know, they didn't want the smoke. So I see what you're saying. You know, yeah, you can say whatever you want, chat. You know, as men, you can say what you want, do what you want, whatever it is. But you need to be able to accept the consequences that comes with it, and you know, take it to the chin. You know, that's just a part of life. It's a part of life, and that's something that men have to deal with. And I don't really see women dealing with that. I see men dealing with the consequences of running their mouths or trying to start a fight.
And that goes a step further too, because like we've seen when women do actually receive consequences, like they'll get knocked right the fuck out. Like they're fucking flailing and slapping and doing everything they can to fuck with the dude, and then just bam, just one on the chin and they're gone because they've never taken a hit before. They have no idea to like try and roll with it to minimize the impact. So they just full on resist it, and then they get that jolt to the skull that gives them a concussion and knocks them right the fuck out.
And you see it often with the drunk women going to the clubs and trying to get past the bouncer. It does not end well for them. It does not end well for them, Chad. I'm telling you right now. Like they're tiny, so this big old, almost 7 foot, 300-pound bouncer is going to yeet them across the street. You know. And then they'll act like damsel in distress, like they weren't trying to punch this man in the face 10 times. They can't understand what consequence. See, this is why I mean the difference between men and women, okay, when it comes to the university of adversity. It is definitely damaging long-term for women to go through all this adversity and obstacles and blah, blah, blah. Because first off, 9 times out of 10, in my opinion, they shoot themselves in the foot. They bring it on themselves. They bring on themselves. They know.
How would they even not bring it on themselves? Like, can you think of any woman who has been assaulted at all and she has not done something to justify it?
What's it called? There are some assholes out there, but majority of the time, she did something to provoke the man.
Well, even if she didn't do something to provoke the man, like she has no one backing her.
That, yeah. Like she probably will have a little girlfriends or try to like hope that a simp will come in and save the day, but she doesn't have anybody backing her.
But that's the thing. Like how often do you get a woman who is just out there minding her own business, like has done absolutely nothing in her life to piss off or drive men away, and she gets assaulted?
I rarely see. I don't see that in public. I don't see it.
Yeah, because we know, statistically, men are far more likely to get assaulted than women. Like they're the ones all fucking scared and clutching their keys and shit. But now men are the ones who are more likely, statistically, to get assaulted.
Yep. And that's from the FBI database.
Yeah.
Like they literally have the stats. If you guys want to look it up.
Yeah. Like maybe we can say, okay, well, what about like the one on what about that one on the train? She was on that train, and apparently there were no men around her willing to back her up. Like no family, no boyfriend, absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
that was like that's
her,
not
yeah.
like I said, like that's not some fucking innocent little flower girl who's never said a mean word to a man in her life. No, she's driven men out of her life. Otherwise decent men who absolutely would have protected her. She's driven them away.
I completely agree. What I say is if you're average looking, hell, even below average looking, but we will go for average looking. If you're average looking and you're 30, 35 years old and somehow you're unable to keep a man and you're complaining about it, that is on you. that is on you because you had 15 years. You had actually no 15 years. Yeah, you got from 20 to 35, right? But now you're complaining because now you're reaching middle age. Oh, where's the good man? I should have a good man. Blah blah blah. Bullshit. Because in your prime, 18 to 25, right? Like shit, Leonardo DiCaprio standards. You had all the time in the world to bag a good man, but look at you now because you want to be all feminist.
18 to 25. No, fuck that. They have like, we're not talking about getting a husband here. We're talking about getting a man who gives a shit about you. They can get that as early as fucking children. They can form good relationships with men like from the moment they can fucking talk.
I agree, but what I'm saying from 18 to 25, even to get a man to give a shit, that's where is a big problem. Where, like, come on, there's so many fucking options that, like, I hold men accountable for not being ambitious, for not doing something with their lives. They don't have to be a millionaire. Do something with their lives. Why, at your age, right? You're past, you're hitting the wall. You're 35, and you're still alone. Oh, but I get money. Men don't give a shit. Why were you not able to secure a man after 15 years? So you're 35 now. You had all the way since 18 years old to lock down a man and have a great time.
Yeah.
You had all this time, all these options. You're the common denominator.
That's the thing. Like I guarantee you with these women, especially if they started maturing early, they could absolutely be getting men to drool over them from the age of 11 plus.
True, but I'm just talking about 18 to 25.
Yeah, but 18 to 25 like implies there's some sort of like physical connection there. But I'm just talking purely emotional, like a man who will step up to defend you. Like that shit can happen way younger than 18.
I know, but that's up to the parents and the family before they're 18.
I'm not even. That's the thing. I'm not talking about letting down a man. Like women can have friends that they're not.
I'm saying even friends or whatever. She isn't like what I'm saying is pretty irrelevant in my opinion. In my opinion, it's pretty irrelevant because her primary caretakers are her family. But when she's 18 and alone, when she's reached of age, she had all this time to lock down a man or have a man give a shit.
Okay, fair enough. Like, I mean, when the parental responsibility is out the window, sure.
Yes.
Like, I just think, like, you know, like 16-year-olds do have some degree of freedom. And if a fucking 16-year-old girl is in the fucking sketchy ass part of town, like alone, or, you know, on a subway at 3 a.m. alone, like,
which is why I say having a father is very important, you know, having, you know, like you said, having family members that actually give a shit is important, but that responsibility is solely on the family until she becomes her own adult.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. Like, say, like she's daughter of a single mother, and the single mother like didn't keep a man around the house. That's not necessarily her fault that the father's not in the picture, but she absolutely has men at fucking 16 that would back her up unless she drove them away.
Which is fine, Lou. I'm sure she got, you know, friends and boo things when she's in high school and stuff. But when she's alone and she is not under the care of anybody and she's on her own, that is her own responsibility on whether she wants to get relationships or not, or have meaningful relationships or not, right? And me personally, I want to go straight up marriage. I want to go straight up serious relationship or something like that, because society is very safe. It's very safe. They tend to forget that there's still some evil motherfuckers out there that don't give a shit, right? Man or woman, there's evil people out there that's going to do some evil things. And in my opinion, a man is going to last a lot longer than a woman out there by herself in public, possibly at night. You know, I have a way bigger fighting chance. So would I have some sympathy if she chose to be alone because she want to be strong and independent, don't need a man? Okay, you say you didn't need a man. Look at you now. You're 35. You're alone, chilling with your few dogs, and you're afraid to go out at night or whatever it is. That's on you. And see, that's the difference between men and women, right? Once they have to get held accountable, they have to do some self reflection. I haven't heard that many women doing self-reflex, okay, ever. Anytime, because you can't self-reflect if you're not held accountable. You cannot self-reflect if you're not held accountable for your actions. So, like what Bill Burr said, and I agree with him. Let's say I get into a conflict and somebody, punches me in the face. Yeah, I'm gonna get very pissed off. But later on, I'd be like, okay, I did kind of go too far with what I had to say. I did go for insults that probably shouldn't have said that. I'm gonna change up my behavior next time, so it doesn't have to get to that point again. But that's because I was held accountable for what I did. Women, they're not held accountable. They're rarely held accountable. So majority of the time, they're not held accountable. They don't self-reflect. So the adversity that they deal with, it has a way lasting longer damage, in my opinion. Because they don't know how to deal with it for the most part.
Well, definitely, because like if they are taught to, instead of reflect, to deflect, then all they can do is look to blame other outside circumstances. It's like, okay, you can blame literally everything else for it, but you can't change any of that. What you have control over is your own actions. If you're not going to change your own actions and rely on instead on circumstances that you can't control, you're going to get screwed. It's going to happen again.
Agreed. And at this point, when she's actually held accountable for the decisions that she made, nobody forced her to do it. She's her own adult. She does her own thing. I'm talking about in general, chat. She does her own thing. And she decides to go with a guy that's clearly no good for her. Possibly a woman beater. And then she has to deal with abuse because she once again, she operates off of feelings most of the time.
Well,
so when she has to deal with this type of trauma of domestic violence and stuff, it will always follow her for the rest of her life, because I doubt that she'll be able to truly overcome that. Because
they all think that their vagina is made of gold and has mind control powers. So they meet the worst fucking dude in the world. They think, oh well, I'm special. He's not going to do it to me. I'll change him. I'll tame him. I was like, nah, bitch. He's been through fucking hotter, more persuasive women than you, and he broke them and beat them just as hard.
All I'm saying is, and this is the entire premises of, at least channels like mine, I don't give two shits what women do. That's not the issue. Do whatever the fuck you want. It's 2022. Hip hip hooray. It's the fact that they complain and bitch and moan that they have to deal with the consequences down the line.
Okay, and honestly, I wouldn't even mind that they bitch and moan and complain if we didn't have to do something about it. Like if women just fucking experienced bullshit and bitched about it and that's where it ended, that'd be one thing. But no, they bitch about it, and then the government starts sending men with guns to reach into my wallet to fix the problems that these women made for themselves.
I completely agree, and I don't want to hear the bullshit. Oh, what about men? Men don't get held accountable. Yeah, multi-millionaire men or Chatter Tyrone, Pookie, and Ray Ray, unfortunately, they live on a different set of rules.
Yeah, legit. I've heard that, women are held accountable. Oh, well, that's subjective. It's like motherfucker, statistical averages. Just because, like, if you were to say, okay, what are the odds that men are held accountable? And you had some 6-sided dice. women are held accountable on a 6. Men are held accountable on a 1 to 5. Are there circumstances where they won't be held accountable on both? Sure, but that doesn't mean you can say that they're equivalent. It is rare that a woman is held accountable, and it is rare that a man isn't held accountable. Just because you can cite one incident does not mean that they're the same.
Yeah, which is why I say, hey, I see men get held accountable everywhere. Yes, I have seen Chad Tyrone get held accountable, right? Because if it's not a man on the street, it's social media. If it's not social media, it's law enforcement. If it's not law enforcement, it's finance. If it's not finance, a man is always held accountable for their shit. Always. One way or another, he's going to be held accountable. Directly or indirectly, he will be held accountable. And we know this. We know this. That's why adversity, in my opinion, it builds character for men. It builds skills for men. It helps men learn how the world operates, because they have no choice but to learn how the world operates. You agree with that?
Well, no, they do have a choice. Like there is always a choice. It's just that the alternative to learning is, all right, then suffer more.
Agreed. And we don't want to suffer more. Like the shit hurts or it's annoying.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like there's some men who do, like they want to suffer because the alternative is taking responsibility for shit.
I know, I agree, but see, that's the funny part, because those type of men is for now the exception to the rule. For now,
yeah,
because
well, that percentage is growing generation after generation.
Yeah, growing a lot. Jesus Christ. But that's the thing that I want to talk about, John, because there's somebody named Amber Rose, right? Amber Rose got into an argument with somebody. I think it was like around yesterday about her past. Amber Rose, I already talked to you guys before that she's the one that pretty much dated one of the hottest hip hop rappers in the game, and she just went, less famous, less rich, less attractive according to her, to the point where she lost her boyfriend to a 76-year-old woman. Like me personally, I don't care if she has $350 million. I will not date a granny. So you definitely fucked up, Amber Rose. You fucked up. And now she's getting very mad. There was this interview where she got confronted about the lifestyle, and she got very angry. She was yelling and going nuts. So what does that tell you? And let's see if I can bring up the video, because she still can't recognize that the wall exists, and she still can't understand that all the BS when she talked about the slut walk. Look up the slut walk. Amber Rose, she advocates the slut walk. All of a sudden, she has no man in her life. She lost her man to a granny. All the newer IG models are calling her a veteran or old. And these men in the interview was calling her out and calling out any woman that wants to be promiscuous. There's consequences to being promiscuous, and she got very mad.
Well, and that's the
what
thing.
do you have to say about that?
Well, like I even hear at work, like some of the guys will go like, "Oh yeah, we love sluts. We all love sluts. I like sluts." It's like, yeah, well, you're the kind of idiot that fucking commits to one. Like,
agreed.
Like, yeah, like, do we like sluts? Sure. Like, they're nice to look at, but if you commit to them, you're a fucking idiot.
But we all knew that majority of rappers are simps. They proclaim that they're hyper masculine, all this craziness. But
Yeah,
no,
well, we
they're
see a whole bunch of these fucking PUA alpha males, and then they admit that they're fucking trannies or cucks. So, like, the more a man talks about how much he's a masculine man, the more likely he's hiding some dark fucking shit that he's coping for.
yeah. Not once you guys heard me like, "Oh, look at me, I'm masculine. Look at. Oh, I can lift 1,000,000 pounds." Oh, you guys never heard me or Gray talk like that because we know who we are,
Yeah.
right? I don't have to advertise. See, I know I'm going off track here. Women that know that they're beautiful, they don't have to advertise that they're beautiful. But as soon as they hit the wall, all of a sudden they're putting a shit ton of posts and a shit ton of photos on social media and stuff like, oh yeah, look at me, I still got it. I'm still a queen. I'm still a bad bitch. Similar to a man. If a man was truly pulling girls and a man is truly, you know, very comfortable in his skin, in his masculinity, I'm talking about traditional masculinity, he doesn't have to brag about it. He doesn't have to consistently say, yeah, I'm gonna use Johnny Anthony lifestyle. Oh, I got 1,000 bodies. Yeah. Yeah, I got 2,000 bodies. How many bodies are you? Let me see your receipts, bruh. Let me see your receipts. You gonna disagree with me? Let me see how many bodies you got. Like, bro, how fucking beta you gotta sound?
How many bodies you got? I plead the fifth on that until I speak to my lawyer. Thank you.
And I've noticed he changes his numbers all the time. I'm like, bro, is it like, give me the exact account? Like, why are you going up and down, left and right when it comes to your numbers? It's crazy.
Well, it's whether or not he counts the femboys. That's the here's how you get it. Like, get him into an interview and then ask how much pussy he's laid and just see what the number pops up.
Yeah. I bet he'll brag about that shit too. Oh man. So when it comes to that situation, chat, I want to talk about the Nora Vincent thing. Nora Vincent, she yeeted herself. Was it what, 3 months ago, 2 months ago?
Within the past year.
Yeah, she yeeted herself not that long ago because she couldn't handle the lifestyle of being a man. And being a man is you are 24/7 being held accountable. If you have adversity, you are on your own to solve it.
Yeah, not even that. Like, it's not because like she did not yeet herself like being like mid being a man.
Oh, it's not just that, but I'm just saying
like that was the one thing, but I wouldn't say that was the reason. It was more so the PTSD from being a man and seeing women with the fucking mask off.
That's true. That probably did give her a complete culture shock.
Like, that's the thing, because like, okay, it's like, all right, let me give you an example. Imagine, for example, a white dude in like the deep end of the black community with a whole bunch of black women around him. Okay. And these women like treat him extremely well because of his skin color, but he doesn't realize that.
Okay.
Then he body swaps and he like morphs into a black dude and sees their behavior change.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
and then he goes back to being a white dude and he cannot look at these people who are surrounding him the same way ever again. That's with Nora Vincent and women. Like, she goes back to being a woman. Every interaction with women now, like, she got like, I'd say that's probably the closest you can to having a woman get red pilled. Like, when a woman when a woman's truly red pilled, it's too much and she fucking offs herself.
I was just thinking, was she truly red pilled at that point with her situation?
I'd say that's probably probably the close. Like, how much further could we really ask? Like, she saw the truth of women so clearly that she literally could not cope with the reality of the situation.
Well, she did say she started to hate him.
Yeah.
So,
like, that's the thing. You go, because she go around and she saw like, oh, these women are so nice. Women must just be nice. It's like, no, they're only nice to you. because you're a woman. As soon as they think you're a man, they treat you like fucking scum. And you can't unknow that.
And if not just scum, they just ignore the shit out of you. Like they'll find something to, X you out. Any little thing.
And that's the thing. Like, what was shocking to her was how little anyone gave a shit about her problems.
Agreed. A lot of people, I say a lot of women, they can't comprehend how much men are truly alone on a daily basis. They can't comprehend that because of the magic of social media. Women, I'll say they at least get 50 to 100 DMs a day, and I'm being generous. Men, they'll be lucky they have a DM in a week. Not just from a girl, but from anybody.
I mean, shit, yeah. If I get a text message, if I get fucking one text message a week that is not related to work, like that's rare.
Exactly. That's why when women get complimented in public or whatever, they just it's they shrug it off like it's no big deal. It's like, okay, whatever. I know. Yeah, I'm a bad bitch. But as soon as a man gets complicated, he's going to remember that for years to come or the rest of his life. Because men, you guys know, chat, we rarely get complicated unless you're Chad and Tyrone.
Yeah.
Or Rich.
No, actually, this is funny. Like, I'm really thinking about doing a video on this because like this one VTuber was trying to figure out how good her flirting skills were. Let me ask you this. If a woman, like say you're back in like high school or middle school or whatever, and a girl asks you if she can borrow your colored pencils, is that flirting?
If I was what? Repeat one time?
Like you're in middle school and a girl asks to borrow your colored pencils, like your pencil crayons or whatever.
Yeah.
Is that like, do you think, oh, hey, she must like me? This is flirting.
Yeah. I agree with that.
But you think that like you would take that as flirting?
Or she has some type of interest. Yeah.
She asked
because
really a girl asked the bro. Huh. Yeah, I would.
I'm saying she can get it from anybody else. But of course, it's all about what you can provide. Chat. Don't never forget. But I do see what you're saying when it comes to that situation, and at this point, it's very comical. It's very comical how even till this day, even when all these women are coming to our space, right? Like I saw this one thing when I was scrolling on YouTube. Like it was like, oh yeah, girls' night in the manosphere. I'm like, what? Like what? How does that mean? So you're gonna see in the chat, this is what I said. Once a man builds, they move in. I repeat, once a man builds something and is overall successful, they move in, and for some fucking reason, they just want to take over. I don't know why. So, see, no dudes in the chat, and they want to talk about manosphere shit. There's nothing about women. How does that make any sense? It makes no sense. It's annoying. It's very annoying because once again, they're not here to challenge. Like, see, here's another thing about adversity. There's not too many women out there that are willing to challenge their sisterhood about male issues, right? They want to be in the manosphere, but they don't want to actually talk about the core reasons on why the manosphere exists in the first place. They just want to be included. It's fucking weird, man. What do you have to say about that, Gray?
I remember a metaphor heard for it where women are out at sea in rowboats, and men are the islands.
I remember. I don't know if he originated, but it was fuck. I'm about to look him up. He's an OG in this, quote unquote red pill talk. He talked about the island and the the boats. So
Yeah,
I'll look them up later.
probably why I heard it. It feels like a Barbarossa thing or something. Like
Probably.
one of those really good analogies from an OG, but like that's like that made a lot of sense because I meant like the island. Like, it takes ages to develop life, like get a decent shoreline. Like, it's like become like really good and self-sustaining, and then this bitch just rolls up and starts fucking the whole place, and then as soon as it can't provide, she gets back in the boat and leaves.
I want to say she gets back in the boat and leave. She puts you on the boat to stay at the island.
No, that's the man is the island.
Well, okay, the man is the island, but I say that how do I say? You belong to her. Like like she pretty much owns it. If you're like married or something and she decides to divorce you, she pretty much owns you at that point.
Okay, but marriage is like that involves the state, and the metaphor gets kind of weird. Like,
well, what I'm saying is
like in an isolated from the fucking societal bullshit. Okay. The man is the island because he has what the woman needs to survive, and the woman is just picking which island to be on and drain it fucking dry and then leave for the next one as soon as the one she's on no longer can provide.
Okay.
And then the man has to and then the man island has to rebuild and resupply himself.
I agree. I agree. If we're going to just take away, the state thing and all that stuff to where what I said, like there'll be some people to come in to take the coconuts and the bananas and all the wood and throw it on her boat, and she leaves every month. That's what I was pretty much talking about. Yeah, once she's done with you, when it comes to marriage, she just comes back every month and just start ripping your resources and
but
run away.
That's where the metaphor falls apart, because the metaphor is not factoring in the fucking state and government, and like that would mean that there would be other male islands to enforce like the will, and like the metaphor just kind of goes at that point.
I created something new, all right? I'm not going that deep, but I'm sure people get what I'm trying to say. When it comes to at least the marriage metaphor, that's pretty much what it is. The island is the man, and the woman is the one that's on the boat. And when she's done with you and she says, "I'm not happy," and decides to drag you through the divorce court, when it comes to the island and the boat, she'll just come back, like, "Hey, give me your resources." And you're like, fuck. There's nothing you can do because you're an island. So she's taking all.
Well, no, that's the thing. Without the fucking state and bullshit, what you end up doing and what would be do is like, okay, well, if you are the island, then what do you devote your development to? Do you grow more fucking trees? Do you harvest more fruit? Do you make a bunch of fish? It's like, no. First thing you do is you surround yourself with a whole bunch of inhospitable rocks that would dash her boat to fucking pieces. So she'll go for an easier target.
That is true, and that is what they don't want us to do. The man that chooses to be single, because that's pretty much what we're doing. Yeah. We set up traps or spiky rocks around the island. Stay away from me, you Jezebel. But yes. Once again, that I remember the channel because I started watching this channel back in 2015. I just gotta look it up again. But that was an amazing analogy that definitely made me understand the dynamics between, what men and women, how men and women operate in a relationship. So I think it's pretty good. But chat, the adversity thing is very, very bad. When it comes to women, it's very bad. Because we always talk about baggage. We always talk about her having skeletons in the closet. We're always talking about her past coming back to haunt her. And it's going to haunt her for the rest of her life. Because once again, what about a man's past? What about a man's past? Women don't give a fuck about a man's past. As long as you're doing good right now and you didn't do anything crazy illegal, she doesn't give a fuck. As long as you're doing good right now. So that's why it's different.
Well, yeah, and like Like, if a man has a bad history with women, like, he's not going to go from relationship to relationship seeking out more women. The only time that a woman cares about a man having a bad past with women is if it denies her access to his resources.
Correct. And for the the women that has some type of common sense, if he has a bad history of going WWE on his exes, right?
Well,
So
yeah, well, they care about that because they want to go for that because it gets them wet.
and gets a person sent in jail. Did you see Hammerhand's video today? Where
Most recent one, I probably not.
oh, okay, he posted a video of the horror story of a man getting divorced. I'm telling you, that was a terrifying story. I'm surprised he's still here. And to just to summarize, the wife wanted a divorce. The man said no. If you want a divorce, go get it on your own. Then one day, they were drinking some wine. They had friends over, had a great time. Then his wife wanted to have some, want to have some puniti time, and he did. But she started an argument out of nowhere. He's like, "What the fuck? Like, why you like getting angry? Like, what's going on?" And then he went into the spare bedroom, and then eventually cops came talking about, "Hey, we got a call that a woman was raped here." And he was like, "What?" And so he had to go and pay $1,000 for a kid, and had to deal with all these procedures with the police. And of course, nobody's going to believe him when he's saying like, "Hey, we were just having sexy time. Like I wasn't doing anything. We were just that's my wife. Like what's going on?" And it was just a downward spiral at that point. I forgot the rest, but it was bad. Like his kids don't talk to him. It took him years to even own a weapon because he supposedly did a felony or something like that. That is some shit that I'm talking about.
That's the thing. Like, your wife tells you she wants a divorce. It's like, dude, you are already divorced. Now it's just a matter of how badly the law is going to fuck you on the way out the door. If you try to keep going where nothing's wrong, she is plotting to fuck you hard.
That was his advice. He says, "Hey, if you're married, if your wife wants a divorce, just give it to her." That was his mistake. He said he tried to fight it, and he's paying for it till this day. I'm like, damn. He's an older gentleman, so I was like, fuck. You said 91? Okay, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. It happened in 91.
Yeah, as soon that with fools, like as soon as they say we need to talk, your relationship's over.
Yeah, just don't argue.
Just straight up. Like at that point, just cut that shit off. It is over.
See, that's why I tell people that are married, once it gets to that point, just take your L. Don't try to be a Will Smith or something like that.
Like it's over and it's not going to get fixed. Like she comes fucking crying to you a couple months later. Like, no. As soon as she says we need to talk, it's done. You fucking ghost.
Agreed. I will be right back. But yeah, a lot of people in the chat watched that video. And I'm telling you, Gray, if you have time, it's around 15 minutes. That video is an eye opener, and it reaffirmed why I'm not going to sign that government contract. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Here's the thing, guys. Like with the University of Adversity, like a man can go through that, and he can survive that, and he can rebuild his life after that, and learn from that, and grow from that. A woman in the same situation can't. Like, if you had a woman go through that exact same situation with a man, but in reverse, no, she's beyond useless at that point. Like a man who can't pair bond with a woman because he can't trust her, he can still be a father. Like he he can still like look after his kids, care for his kids, and all that. Like a woman won't, and that's assuming she's even capable of having kids after that point, because women have a much shorter time frame than men to fulfill the biological component of their life.
Right. We can go for the rest of our lives, pretty much. Yeah, technically, yeah, we can go for the rest of our lives to have kids, right?
At the very least, into your 60s.
On average, yeah, I agree.
Like, could there be exceptions further down the line? Sure, but I'd say like your 60s are probably a safe cutoff point.
Your swimmers are going to be too weak.
Yeah, and like you really do not want to be chasing a kid around in your 70s.
Yeah, like 70s, I'll say 30 years old, around there.
Keep in mind, like you as a man, like imagine being 75 to 80 and you got a 15-year-old that you got to discipline. Good fucking luck.
Yeah, that's not gonna. Yeah, if you have a kid at 60 and you're 75, she's 15. Yeah, that's not gonna end well. It's not gonna end well. So I agree. Eventually you gotta know when to stop, or at least get that clip, get that vasectomy. If you're still trying to have that adventure, just be safe.
Okay, no, honestly, like if you have guaranteed decided I am not having kids, I'm too old, you get the fucking vasectomy, because you do not want any woman pulling the fucking baby trap card on you. You want to be like, nah, bitch. You like, because they don't need to actually have the fucking bedroom fun with you to make any accusation of that shit. Like they can just do it. So short of fucking medical documentation saying my swimmers have been dead for years, you could absolutely get your ass dragged, and by the time the fucking DNA test comes back, you could be royally screwed.
Yeah, because if you're, too naive or too old, like you got some dementia shit going on, and you sign that birth certificate, damn. Like it's a wrap.
Yeah.
It's not much you can do.
Oh god, like find that fucking nurse that fucking milked you, shove some shit up into her coochie to baby trap you at 85.
There was women doing that with dead men.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. They can get you fucking post-mortem. So
yeah, and
if you think you're on your way out, you better fucking get your swimmer's guard. Is like, look, I ain't getting my kid. I ain't getting my fucking will claimed by some bitch.
Well, I think Hammerhand or somebody posted that they're trying to make it like legal at least, or something like that, to get the
post-mortem babies.
Get the dead guy sperm. Which I'm like, okay, now it's getting beyond creepy, psycho. But chat, like we said before, things are not looking good right now, and we know this. Us as men, we know this shit. And women and the state are going to get way more aggressive when it comes to keeping men in the plantation. We call this. We did. Now we like you don't believe what you're seeing when it comes to articles and stuff, but yes, it's actually happening. It's happening, and we're only in 2022. Imagine in 2024, 5, or 6, when we're probably going to have an economic crash. I'm being generous. And then there's still men out there, right? Because we have no choice but to still work. We still have no choice to try our best to sustain ourselves and sustain society, if there is one left. There will be a lot of baby trapping, a lot of false allegations, a lot of false calls when it comes to the gentlemen. Protect yourselves, please.
Because remember, the government needs men to subsidize women. Like they need you to do that. They have, like, any man that thinks he is going to get a fair trial in this day and age is a naive fool.
Yep. And what happened to that guy in 91? That was 32 years ago.
Yeah,
If I have my math right.
31 to 32 years ago.
Yeah. That was before, a lot of us young men were even born or babies. And that guy got royally fucked. Imagine what's going to happen.
And that's the thing, because he went under the assumption that, hey, I'm not going to get in trouble if I don't do anything wrong. I live in a fair and just society upheld by the rule of law. Like, no, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah, and I dare somebody to come into the comments and say, "Oh, but it doesn't happen that much. It's an exception to the rule." Blah blah. I will destroy you with facts.
And that's the thing. Like, how often does it have to happen? Like what percentage of what are we talking about here? Like a certain percentage of relationships? That's the thing. It can happen. Like let me put it this way. Imagine if like you had a loaded firearm pointed at your head all day, every day, and you're like, well, there's only there's only a 1 in however many. That's the thing. It's like you got to play, like you are played with Russian roulette style every single day. Like how many like a revolver's got 6 shots in the cylinder, right?
Yep.
So your odds are 1 in 6.
Yep.
Like they go up to 1 in 8. Like, what percentage do you think, like, oh, yeah, I totally find this acceptable? Like 1 in 10, 1 in 12, 1 in 20. Remember, every single day, this thing can go off.
Right.
Just a fresh spin, and then it's click. Fresh spin and click.
So what you're saying is it doesn't matter what the percentage is. It's the fact that
it's not
they
zero.
Always have that capability.
That's the thing. It's a non-zero chance.
Agreed. And that chance isn't like, oh, okay, let me just give you a little bit of money here, a little bit of money there, and we go our separate ways, and haha. No. Yeah. Your life will be destroyed. Depending on your situation, you will be fucked.
It's like, the odds I'm willing to bet are higher than winning the lottery, and people will go out and buy fucking lottery tickets. It's higher than getting struck by lightning, and people will still stay indoors during thunderstorms. People take precautions over far worse odds than getting annihilated by a woman.
Here's a good example. Because I don't think mines are good enough. So, chat. So imagine that there's a field, and in this field, they say, hey, just walk from one end to another. But there's a 1% chance that you're gonna step on the entire tactical nuke and you'll be blown into oblivion.
Oh no, fuck!
That's pretty much the situation.
fucking tac nuke? No. A nuke could be quick. No, I say just straight up landmine, and it's gonna take out your legs. And
okay,
you're
landmine with shrapnel.
Yeah, no, and it's not gonna kill you right away. Like you're gonna be crawling around, screaming and bleeding out for several minutes.
And the ex-wife and Chad is gonna laugh at you while you're, screaming in pain, trying to get some morphine, but then you see that the doctor is also laughing at you.
Yeah, it's like, hey, there's a naked woman willing to have sex with you on the opposite side of this minefield. Sure, there's a bunch of corpses in the way, so you know that there are active mines there. Do you run across the field?
Oh, fuck no.
And then you could say, okay, this thing, you pull up Minesweeper, make it a fucking 15 by 15 grid, and then say, walk across it.
I hated that game.
Just fucking walk across Minesweeper, but you don't get to see whether, like, none of the little numbers show up. It's literally just try to walk across Minesweeper one tile at a time without stepping on a landmine. If you do, then you get pussy. Otherwise, you die.
I agree, and I'm gonna address Dax right quick. Yeah, I know it's more than 1% chance. I try to emphasize the the severity of the situation where yeah, look, it's an open field, but there's still that chance to you'll it's over for you. Like there's no coming back. It's you're done. So that's why I said tactical nuke.
Yeah. What's the thing? Like fucking 1% chance. Like if like a D20, like say it's a 5% chance.
Right.
Like if you roll a critical fail, if you roll a 1 on a D20, you die.
Yeah,
how many people are going to roll that fucking D20 every single day?
Nah, not me. If it was once, sure. Every single day, yeah, fuck that.
Because that's the thing. You act like every day you're in a relationship, you got to roll that D20. If you roll a 1, then you die.
But here's the thing, chat. This is the stuff that they don't want channels like us to speak on. They don't want to actually want us to spread the message of it doesn't matter the percentage. It doesn't matter who, what, when, where, why. She at any time can wake up one day, or she could be walking the dog down the street, or you can be at the restaurant like that one guy you saw in the Hammerhand video. Out of nowhere, she could just be like, I want a divorce. I'm not happy. And you're fucked. There's nothing you can do, especially if you did get a prenup. Prenups don't work 99% of the time.
That's the thing. Like the prenup only works if she wants it to work.
Exactly. Do you know that the divorce lawyers work hand to hand with the wife very closely? They tell this wife exactly what to say, how to act, when to cry, when to not cry. They train her to be a damsel in distress in the courtrooms. They won't tell you this. They won't. Because if she wins, everybody gets paid. You got to think on that, chat. You got to think on that. That's why it's so fucking stupid when somebody want to come by like, oh, you want to get married? Don't get married? Fuck no. Because it could be now, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 25 years. No, fuck that. 40 years. I could be.
Yeah, I'll straight up say fucked. Is like, you know what? Like, I'll get married. I'll have the kid if you pay for everything.
Yeah. Tell the parents, tell the friends, if you want to invest, I don't spend a thing. Go for it.
Well, I'll pump the kid up. I'll pump the kid into the woman. I'll raise the kid, but you pay for everything, including alimony and child support. And by the way, you find the woman too, because I ain't gonna waste my fucking time going to look for him. You can find the woman, pick the woman. I'll knock her up. I'll raise the kid, but you pay for absolutely everything.
But Brad got something to say. He says, neither of you know what you're talking about. Prenups favor men. That's why they're mostly useless. What do you...
But no, that's exactly what we're saying.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Yeah. Prenups favor men. That's why the only time a woman would allow them to go through is if they favored her, which is extremely rare.
And if it does go through, you got to put in consideration of the judge themselves. Because it's ultimately up to the judge to throw it out.
That's the thing. Like the woman is going to have to object to the prenup before the judge even gets to say whether or not. Because if the woman wants the prenup's terms to go through, then there's nothing for the judge to say. Oh well, no, she doesn't get no. She clearly doesn't know what she's talking about. Well, I mean, maybe they could.
Come on, let's not be too naive about the situation. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in the chat. You really think that the courts are unbiased about these type of things? Come on. Come on.
They should be. They're supposedly trained to be, but who's going to fucking punish them if they're not?
Exactly. Especially if you have a good-looking ex-wife as well. And if it's like a male judge or sisterhood that's like all feminist and stuff, of course she's going to be very biased.
Think about it. Like if the judge is elected, by the local populace, then if the judge rules against the woman, there's far more likely to be some backlash that costs him his position.
Exactly, because guess what? How how else is the courts and the lawyers and the security guards in there, etc. How are they going to get that slice of everything that's going to be rewarded to the wife? Because if the wife wins, they get a huge chunk of that money. That's why they don't want this operation, the family courts and divorce courts. They don't want it to be fair, because if it was fair, they'll be out of business.
And that's the people that run them too, like the government people that appoint them, like they all get their slice. And how are these judges going to get paid otherwise? The judges might demand an increased salary or move or go into a different career path if they're not getting paid enough to justify it.
Like, I'll let you know right now. You have to be a completely demonic, atrocious, sadistic type of wife/mother for the man to win. I know personally. You have to be a very fucked up female for you to lose in divorce and family courts.
Like you basically have to either not show up and challenge it, or you got to show up like coked out of your mind.
Yeah, and your history is completely like wow, what the hell? Even
like
the judge
fucking,
hasn't been
like
taken
fucking
back.
drunk and disorderly to a T. Like, and even then, you're still likely to get partial custody.
All I'm saying is, oh well, I'm sure you agree as well, Gray. It makes no sense to participate in a system that's rigged. It's not just a little bit biased. It's hella biased.
Well, that's the thing. Like, as soon as you encounter, like, as soon as any man encounters a system that, hey, this is designed to screw you over personally and to favor the opposite team, like, what fucking logical, common sense, intelligent men do in that situation is go, all right, well, then I'm not going to participate.
So, like, chat, what you okay? So let's say the average man, right? And I do want to ask you, chat, if you go out there in public, give me a scenario where a man wins in a scenario. Besides, his life is on the line and he has to defend himself. Give me scenarios that a man can actually win in a situation besides walking away. In 2022, right now. Because there's not too many scenarios where a man can win in a situation if there's any type of altercation with men or women.
Well, that's the thing, because the government, like the most powerful men, like the ones who have the most power, the most money, the most influence, they want slaves. Slavery is, on paper, outlawed. So they need to use legal loopholes to make slaves. And that means you want as many able-bodied men in a vulnerable position where you can turn them into slaves, i.e., prison. You want them in prison, or you want them in debt, because that's how you get your cheap/free labor.
Yep, I agree. I agree with what you're saying. And on top of that, I not only am seeing none, zero. Dak says even if his life is on the line, it's still a gamble, which I agree. There are still feminist simps that will side with a woman. And don't get me started on the law enforcement. Yeah. So I don't see a way a man can win.
Like keep in mind, like let's picture two completely different men, and they are both job searching. One of them is in debt and has no savings. The other has enough cash saved up for 6 months of expenses, even if he remains unemployed. Which do you think employers want more of to exist?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said. No.
Can you repeat it one more time?
There are two men looking for a job. One has no savings and is in debt. The other has enough savings to last 6 months, even if he doesn't work. Which do you think the employer wants there to be more men like?
The second one?
No,
Unless
the
I'm not
first
getting the
one.
question.
They don't want men who have the ability to say no. They don't want a man who goes like,
Oh,
your job offer isn't that good. I'll hold out for something better and look somewhere else. No, they want the man who is so desperate that he will say yes to the first person that offers him a paycheck.
I was confused. I didn't really understand the question, but I understand now. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I agree. I agree. They don't want a person that has the ability of choice. They don't want a man that has the choice.
Yes, it's like supply and demand for labor, and this is where employers aren't getting it nowadays. Because right now there are more people looking for work than there are men who want to work, and so that means the men who can provide work are in high demand and low supply, meaning they get expensive. Employers want cheap labor.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I agree.
So they want a lot of men looking for work and very few jobs being offered.
Yeah, so the system is not looking good right now. They're on the they don't have the leverage at the moment.
And that's why the system wants men to be broke and paying alimony and child support, because if you're not making those payments, then you go to prison and then you are forced to work at the point of a gun.
I agree. That's literally how it is.
Like straight up, if McDonald's could hire prisoners, they absolutely would.
Oh, easily. Don't they get paid like cents to work or something like that?
Like fuck all. Like that's the thing. If more employers, if more fucking megacorps could hire prisoners to do their work, they would. But there literally aren't enough prisoners to meet demand, so you need immigrants.
That, or they, rely on the gynocentric system to bring in some new fresh meat.
Well, that's the thing, because like a man who's fucking broke off his ass, like has a whole bunch of alimony and child support payments, and his job prospects have been ruined due to false accusations, he's got to take whatever they offer.
Well, to caveat on that, and I'm sure chat knows, but I'm just saying it just to say it. Men, if they don't pay child support, at least to my knowledge, they eventually go to jail. But if a woman is unable to pay child support, she gets government assistance. How is that not a rigged game or a rigged system? Just saying, chat. I thought we were equal. I thought we were going for equality. That does not sound like equality to me at all. So that's one of many examples that proves our point.
But that's the other thing too. The government also doesn't want to make women into criminals, because criminals lose their voting privileges, and the government wants the easily manipulated woman to be the majority voter.
Agreed. I do agree with that one, honestly, because once again, this type of situation where I say about adversity, chat, this is another example. We always have to have that idea in the back of our head that if World War III do start, which it may or may not, or eventually, we have a chance to be in the front lines in the trenches. Women, they do not. Hell, trans women have to sign up for the draft. Think about that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like TFM's like, become masculine presenting trans lesbian, and then you can get out of that stuff. No, government says no.
Yep. Sleepy Joe signed it earlier this year. Like, nope, trans women have to sign up.
Yeah, that loophole
So
was
what does that
closed,
tell
people.
you? Yeah. Uh, Come on, Chad. Like, we can go. Honestly, I can definitely go for at least 8 hours showing you countless reasons on why you should not sign that government contract.
Yeah.
I
So
could,
straight up, Sleepy Joe has said trans women aren't women.
but what is a woman? Uh, uh, that's not the point. Okay.
They're birthing persons nowadays. Like saying woman or female is offensive.
Listen,
Legit,
if I
imagine
got
being so feminist that saying female is a slur. That's where we've hit now.
yeah, I
Like
know
you have
it's
both.
bad.
Like it's like in that fucking Andrew Tate animation where as soon as they say woman, they vomit.
Oh, yeah,
That's
Meat Canyon.
feminist nowadays. Like
Yeah,
both the fucking misogynists in massive air quotes and feminists vomit at the word woman.
yeah, it's. See, this is what I'm saying, gentlemen. The adversity that we're gonna be facing very soon is gonna be a shell shock to my women. If shit starts to fall apart, it doesn't have to be right away, but slowly but surely, and they know this. They know this. Why else do you think we have a whole surge of women coming to our space, even though they have the entire world, all these platforms, TV, radio, websites, etc.? Why do they have to go to a very small minority group called the manosphere? Come on, Chad. Come on. So at this point, it's going to be pretty hilarious on how this is going to go because we didn't choose it. We did not want this. We, as men, we did not want this. We did not want what's happening right now. Okay. We once again, voting power. What we were talking about before.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up?
Listen, we are being blamed for shit that we actively tried to stop.
Which is a very childlike fucking behavior. Very child. So it's funny because I'm sure I showed you guys the meme earlier today. You know, where the guy said, "Hey, oh, what's up?"
It's like imagine a kid holding you at gunpoint, saying, "I'm going to touch the stove, and there's nothing. And if you try to stop me, I'll shoot." And they touch the stove and burn themselves, and then they complain, "Why didn't you stop me?"
That's yeah, that's pretty much the analogy. That's literally what's going on right now.
You should have been willing to get shot to stop me from hurting myself.
I told you not to do it. You can't tell me what to do. Okay, so if I can tell you what to do, how am I going to warn you not to do it? You're a man. Shut up. Now I'm gonna shoot you. Like, what?
I'm gonna shoot you if you try to stop me, and I'm gonna shoot you if you don't stop me.
Like, and they act stupid on why men are not participating anymore. Why? What's the point? What is the point?
That's the thing. Like, I honestly, like, I still cannot seriously bring myself to believe that they seriously don't know what's going on. It's like when a woman goes, "Who hurt you?" They know damn well exactly who fucking hurt these men. They know because it was women just like them. But they say who hurt you to feign fucking ignorance. All these women acting fucking dumb. It's like, no. I refuse to believe that you are that socially inept that you legit cannot see. And then I hear that women legit didn't think men had feelings. It's like, it just blows my fucking mind. Like every time I think there's no way you can be that stupid, they open their fucking mouth and you're like, oh my God.
Do you think it's because they deal with Chad and Tyrone that doesn't really give a fuck about them in the first place? Or
no, that's the thing. Like, it's before the Chad and Tyrone shit.
Okay.
Like fucking like this level of insanity starts when they are long before Chad and Tyrone. Like unless you're talking like fucking 8-year-old Chad and Tyrone or something like that.
No, 18 plus.
Yeah, no, like
but when you're
like
talking about younger,
a woman does not start being abusive towards men at 18.
no. But if you're talking about younger,
Way
yes,
younger.
because men are constantly told in their childhood, man up, stop crying, men don't cry, you better toughen it out, etc. And that not only happens at home, but it also happens in school as well, you know. But if it's a teacher, right, they'll treat you like a defective girl. It's a long, complicated situation, but overall, they grew up seeing men like not men, uh, boys being taught to not have emotions.
Well, but that's the thing. There's a difference between a man being taught to not have emotions and legitimately believing that that men as a whole don't have emotions and that you can openly insult them and they won't actually feel anything.
Well, you know how they still have that standard that men are supposed to still adhere to the traditional roles. So it's like,
Okay, yeah,
ever
but
since a child.
yeah, but it's like imagine believing that because women can bleed and not die, that you can make them bleed and they won't feel pain. And so you think it's okay to go around shanking them.
I see what you're saying. I really do. But when it comes to women acting, I really do believe majority of them they act stupid. They act stupid. They
The
do
thing,
know
right?
what's going on.
But that's the thing is like it's hard to figure out what the fucking truth is because do they say things like, well, I genuinely didn't think men had emotions like for the longest time. It's like, did you not think that they did? Or do you only say that so that you don't sound like a fucking monster?
How do I say? They don't want to
You
sound
can't
like a
you can't
fucking.
that's the thing. You can't believe what they say.
I
Everything they
agree.
say. So if they say, well, I didn't think men had emotions, like, did you? Or did you just not care
Well,
whether or not
that's
men had
also
emotions and you just wanted to hurt them without repercussions?
well, that's also a part of it, and I agree. But what I'm saying is, they will intentionally act stupid in front of Chad Tyrone. That's been proven. That's a fact. They will intentionally act dumb and quirky and all that stuff to a guy that she's sexually attracted to. So when she's dealing with the average man, oh, she definitely knows what the fuck is going on, and she will let you know
Oh,
immediately.
oh God. Actually, that reminds me. Boondocks. Remember where that one girl was doing the lemonade stand?
Yeah.
Yeah, like and like she acts all fucking like meek and her language gets all shitty in front of Onceler when he's roasting her ass. And then as soon as Huey tries to offer support, she immediately goes full bitch mode.
Yes.
Like
I
that's
remember that.
like straight up. Like that's what you reminded me of right there.
See,
That's them.
yeah, and I completely agree. And this is where a lot of men they just can't comprehend, right? Because they're the men underestimate their value a lot. They really do, and we've been taught that for the last few decades that you ain't as great as you think you are. And now, more and more men, not just Chad and Tyrone, but more average men or above average men, now they're getting more standards and shit. That's why they're getting so pissed off and invading our space. They try it, chat, try it. Go look up videos. They act all stupid and cutesy and quirky and feminine for Pookie, Ray Ray, Chad, and Tyrone, but they're downright fucking evil when it comes to the average man. You can look it up or you can try it out yourself.
Yeah, I might be cutting in and out here.
Oh,
Like
can you
the
hear me?
storm's I can hear you, but I cut out for a bit. The storm's damaged my internet, so it fluctuates in and out on occasion. So if I just drop out randomly, that's what happened.
Oh, we can hear you pretty well.
Yeah.
You're doing good. But chat, at the end of the day, right now, The only reason why the behavior of modern women is out of control because they never had to deal with any type of accountability, which pretty much says that they never had to self-reflect about the atrocious actions that they've made, which pretty much means that they rarely go through any type of adversity or obstacle, any. And when they do, for us, it's a normal day, but for them, straight up trauma.
Well, that's the thing. They're fucking soft. Like, men are used to dealing with bullshit. I think that's why women are so fucking terrible at flirting. They just cannot bring themselves to do something that can actually have an outright rejection. There always has to be that plausible deniability. It's like, oh, well, he's just dense because he's not seeing it. It's like, no, you are the level of subtlety equivalent to a polar bear painted white in a snowstorm in the void.
Hey man, I got it. Hey, I had an experience where, this 7, I think I have to say 7.5, she just walked up to me when I was at a college party, and that's all she did. I'm like, what do you want? I'm trying to drink this Jack and Coke. I bought this. What are you doing? And she's just like batting her eyes, and just waiting for me to say something. I'm like, bro, you're being weird right now. Like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm not trying to catch a case, so I walked the opposite direction. And then she got mad at me. I'm like, bro, you just walked up to a random stranger. You doing all this body language. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, if I walked up to a random chick and like started making eyes at her, I'd be seen as a fucking socially awkward creep and probably have the nearest simp called to beat the shit out of me.
Exactly. And I'm here, I'm trying to have a good time. And then, she just approached me, right? And once again, like, she's not that bad looking. I'm like, okay, she's pretty decent. But her behavior, her, so-called flirting was like garbage. I'm like, that awkward atmosphere, man. It's just like, bro, just go away. I don't care if you have a punite. Like, get the fuck away from me, because you're just a weirdo, bro. What's up?
Exactly. It's like, just like, Jesus, like, woman, like, we're not, especially nowadays, because maybe in the 80s, like, if a woman made eye contact with you from across the room, like, it was understood, hey, a woman is only going to acknowledge your existence if she's interested in you.
Agreed.
And so it's like, oh, hey, a woman acknowledged my existence. I should go start a conversation. And then we get the past 20 plus years of don't read too much into it. She's just being nice. She's not actually into you. Don't misinterpret her niceness for flirting. And then like, fuck this. I'll wait for more obvious signs. And the women are like, well, why are guys so dense? They're not picking up on all my obvious signs. Your obvious sign is literally making eye contact for 2 seconds and then walking away.
Right. And like, you just looking at my hair? Are you looking at the bird that's in the window? Like, why can't you
mistake me for? Did you mistake me for someone else?
Right.
Like, I ain't gonna fucking go up and try to get your number just because you made 2 seconds of eye contact. I've been literally warned against that shit.
And back then, years ago, that's one thing. But today, fuck no. Especially in the West, I'm not going through all that shit, because 1 second I could be good, having a great time, and I assume that she wants to talk to me based on her hints. The next second, I'm on my way to prison or on my way to jail, just because of, oh, he's harassing me, he's a creep, he's a piece of shit. Like, what?
Well, that's the thing. Like I've literally had a woman grinding up next to me. I take that as an invitation, put my hands on her shoulders. She literally screams, runs, and gets 4 simps to fucking escort me out of the area. It's like, bitch, you can put your ass within inches of my crotch, and I'm not supposed to take that as an invitation. I get the fucking hint.
why can't women be held accountable for their behavior? I don't get it. Like I thought we were both adults. I thought we were gonna be doing our thing. I thought you were strong, independent. You know, the future is female. But out of nowhere, just because of how you feel, you're going to get a bunch of simps, white knights, the state, law enforcement to not only ruin my night, but probably ruin years of my life, depending on what kind of false allegations you want to say. Because you were the aggressor when it comes to the sexual dance. But you knew that the police is going to believe you over the man.
Yeah, like I was off over here doing my shit, having my own fucking good time, and you can get right up in my face, like put your junk near my junk, and then you freak the fuck out and start some shit. It's like, fuck.
That's why I tell people do not sip, because sip and white knight, and I'm sure you guys saw videos as well. They immediately get hurt or killed. Because I know you, Gray, like you ain't trying to actively look for violence, but there's times where the sip and white knight will like, oh, I'll save you, milady. And then all of a sudden they get a few rounds in the chest.
Oh yeah, like honestly, I'm always carrying something.
Right.
Like like I'm in Canada, so it's hard to go around packing serious stuff, but like I figure I always got to be ready for some sort of violence at all times when I'm outdoors.
Do you throw them off guard with a butter knife?
Butter knife?
I'm just saying, just throw them off guard. Like, hey, like the fuck, he has a butter knife, and it's like shake, 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 shake. Like, damn, I'm getting shaken by a butter knife. I'm sorry. It's just like the element of surprise, like the fuck, a butter knife, like, or at least a spoon.
This is where long coats come in handy, because that shit's great for obstructing vision, or
Right.
even like those little fucking headlamps that people put on walking around at night. You suddenly turn that shit on in close quarters with someone, they ain't seeing fuck all.
Yeah, they ain't gonna know what hit them.
Like if you can buy yourself a third of a second, you win.
At least have pocket sand. Put some sand in your pocket.
Oh,
they definitely want. Oh, what's up?
I work enough construction. I always got pocket sand.
Yeah, I will, like, me personally, even a person that has been in dangerous situations, I will never expect somebody to throw some sand in my face. That would be like, whoa, what the fuck? Like he threw some salt in my eye. And you already know, sand in your eye, that's a great distraction because it's painful. And
God, like I've gotten fucking individual grains of like sand, asphalt, metal shards in my eye. Like just one can like fucking blind you and set you off. You get an actual face full of sand with multiple shit, you are incapacitated for minutes.
Yeah, I forgot there is like shard of like glass and stuff and sand.
Like there's a reason you wear eye protection when you're carving up metal with a grinder.
Yep. Always wear protection. Especially if you're walking through the desert, wear eye pro.
Oh god, yeah.
But I'm gonna address Dax right quick, and I completely forgot about you, Dax. My bad. Just give me a second, chat. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull this bad boy up. It's redonkulous right now. Okay. Bam. From Dax Dog, you gave me a generous donation. He says, happy to support my boy. Well, thank you for your support. You've been supporting me a lot lately, Dax. I definitely appreciate it. You're making it rain right now. Like, are you a millionaire or what? So, and I got another one from JH. I'm not going to say your entire name. He says, for the manosphere. Goddamn right, for the manosphere. Even though the manosphere is falling apart, there's still people that give a damn. Like me and Gray. Right, Gray?
Yeah, like
okay.
There are far more lucrative things that I could be spending my time on right now. Like
exactly, same here. Shit, if I was wasn't for the people, for my subs to spread the word, oh yeah, I'll be having a great time. But this is very, like I said before, I'm very passionate about this. So best believe I'm gonna keep going. And if you want to support your boy, once again, damn, this is only my second show. I usually show more. The link is on top of the chat. Cash App / Sir Yeetus. If you want to invest in the channel, any donations appreciated. Do you want to address Dax's comment real quick?
Sure. Yep. Reminds me of my last ex, and I've told this story. Acted like she was hitting on me the night we met, but didn't do shit. And acted like it was my fault for not picking up on her hints. Like, that's the thing. Like, to them, extended eye contact, but no, fuck, any eye contact is their hints, which then it goes the whole other route, because then you look at their projection. They probably interpret a man making eye contact with them and saying hi as flirting. Like, I will do that to random people on the street. Like, if I'm passing someone on the street, I will look at them, nod, maybe even say, hey, hello, afternoon.
I agree.
Like, that's just common courtesy. But to a woman, that is flirting.
See, and that's the funny part, because this is where I say this is another example of them being walking contradictions. They want us to read their mind, but then they get mad at us and say that we're dense. So you want us to read your mind, so pretty much assume what you want. But then if our assumption is wrong, we're dumb, stupid men. We're dense. We don't know what we're doing. You don't know what a woman wants. But as soon as a man says, hey, clarify what you want. What do you want? Oh, you should know. You should know by now. Like, bitch, I'm trying to, you know, play some Call of Duty or something. Like, why the fuck are you playing this game? Tell me what you want. What do you want? Oh, well, if you've been paying attention for the last week, maybe you would have known what you took. And then when you go on a guess, they get mad at you because you got the guess wrong. Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes perfect fucking sense.
Yeah. And that's assuming that you even got it wrong, because they don't know what they want. Like, they want a feeling. They don't know how to trigger the feeling. Again, like, this goes back to the self-reflection thing. Like, if women were honest with themselves and acknowledged, oh, hey, when I do this, I feel like this. Therefore, I should do this to feel the way I want more. But no, they're literally fucking feathers in a hurricane, just being blown around wherever. And all they do is yell at the wind to take them somewhere.
I agree with that, and I do know the scene, Jerry, from The Notebook, where was it Ryan Gosling, or I think it was Ryan Gosling. He was asking the girl, what do you want? And the girl was like, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. And then more and more, no, I think it was Matthew McConaughey. I forgot the male actor, whatever. But he was asking, hey, what do you want? Tell me what you want. Come on. It's not that simple. It's more complicated than that. And as more time passes by, he was getting more and more frustrated. Like, just tell me what you want.
That's the thing, because they want a thing, but they don't want it to be something that they told you to get. Like, they want it to be a surprise. Like, if you ask them, where do you want to eat? Like, they know where they want to eat.
Agreed.
Because they'll fucking say no as soon as you start offering suggestions. Because
exactly.
Like, they want to eat at a place that makes them feel a certain way. But
it's like, just so what do you think is this phenomenon of them when it comes to not choosing where they want to eat. Like they want you to choose, but then when you list it, do you think it's because they want you to take charge, or they just don't know what the fuck they want?
I think it's taking charge, because you're always asking them, well, do you want to eat here? Well, do you want to eat here? Because you ask them, they consult their feelings, but their feeling is poor because now they are being given the authority. Whereas if you just fucking said, whereas alternatively, if it was just, where do you want to eat? Oh, anywhere is good. All right, get in the vehicle.
See, and this is
like,
this
and you just went to the place, and and if they went, oh no, I didn't want to eat here. It's like, all right, well then I'm eating whether you are or not, and you can look after yourself afterwards.
Yeah,
like if you went with that, she'd eat, because it's not about getting the specific food. It's not about getting the special thing. It's about being carried along in a fucking Harlequin romance.
Yeah, I agree. And on top of that, when it comes to, women lacking accountability, right? Which means that they don't know how to deal with adversity. And yes, it is as simple as making the decision of where you want to eat or not. But I can also apply that to them saying, because you can be walking out the door and say, do you want something to eat while I'm out? No, I'm not hungry. So when you go out and you come back and you buy yourself some good shit, like, you ready to eat, she's already on her way to eat out of your plate. Like, you say you were not hungry. Get the fuck away. Get away. But eventually, a lot of men, they'll give in, and then she's eating off your plate, even though she said she wasn't hungry.
I think she's not hungry for food. She's not hungry for her food. She's hungry for your food.
Yeah. It's just hilarious, because I'm like, okay, they struggle with such simple decision making and task. Have they truly went through as much adversity as men? It's just examples, Chad. That's all I'm saying.
The only women who've gone through the same level of adversity as men are dead.
Agreed. Because they didn't really have a chance. They did not have a chance. It sucks, but that's how the world works. Because our adversity is mainly, I fight you, you fight me, let's get it. If it gets fatal, then shit, but we're still going to fight. Or a very loud argument, at least, because men are very confrontational when it comes to certain ideas and stuff.
Like, they can't handle it. Like, you see them act. Like, I'm still never going to forget, like, when I actually tried a serious sparring match with someone who'd apparently been in for fucking military training, and she just fucking fucking dropped the weapon and cowered. It's like, all I did was assume a stance. All I did was take a fucking sparring match seriously, get into my fucking combat stance, and that's enough to make you surrender.
See, that's the crazy part, because I remember being combatives, and when the guy comes at me, I'm like, come on, like let's get it, let's go, like let's duke it out. So there's definitely a clear difference.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying, Chad. Adversity definitely builds men, but it hinders. But worst comes to worst, destroys women.
Yeah, again, think before you sleep. Probably put it very, very well. Like, the trials for men and women are different. A man starts off weak, and his trial is to overcome hardship to acquire power. A woman is given a bunch of power right out of the gate, and her trial is to not succumb to temptation and use it responsibly.
Agreed. Maintain, and like you said, use it responsibly. It's like what Dave Chappelle said as well, right? And I'm sure you guys already heard it. men and women's tests in life are different, right? Women is material, men is women, because that's what we desire. And right now, a lot of women out here these days, they don't know how to handle their desires responsibly, and they pay dearly.
Like they're encouraged not to. Like they are taught that there are no consequences for being irresponsible. And sure, early in life, but that's like again, you're given a winning lottery ticket as soon as you are born as a woman. But that's it. You are given all your fucking cash up front. If you blow through it all too early, that's it. You're done.
Right. And that's the balance, right? See, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to biology and stuff, right? Yeah, like you said, women start off strong, but unfortunately, their window on average is very fucking small to use their power and use their power responsibly. But when it comes to men, I would say,
like women, like they peak at 18 and 25 is when they cap out. Men hit their peak earnings wise at 50.
Yeah.
So a man gets twice as long as a woman to learn the lessons of hardship and grow and to reach his peak level of success. When a woman is fading and losing her prime, a man still has room to grow. When a woman has bottomed out at her 30s, mid 30s, a man still has a decade to hit peak performance. Now, it's slightly different if we're talking athletics because like for men to compete in the Olympics, they got a very narrow window as well. But being top in athletics is not necessarily the same as resource acquisition, which in the male-female dynamic is what really matters. Like you can be fucking jacked as fuck and ripped beyond belief and like literally the strongest man on the planet. Doesn't mean you can provide for a family.
Exactly. I agree. And that is, see, and just keep it simplest term, gentlemen. Alpha seed, beta need. So yeah, you can be, you're looking good, you're looking in shape, you're tall, you're muscular, yeah. But eventually she'll move on to the rich simp that's been waiting on her for the last, decade or two to take care of her seed.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for that's the thing. If it wasn't for the government enforcing the beta to look after the children of the alpha, those children would be fucking abandoned in back alleys and the genetic lineage would vanish.
Oh yeah, the dumpster bag babies.
And that's the thing. Like all the fucking alphas who are proud of smashing and dashing and leaving a bunch of bastards everywhere. It's like if that baby gets in the way of a woman getting a secure lifestyle, that kid's going to be abandoned in the wolves. Like abandoned in the woods for the wolves.
Agreed. Best case scenario, orphanage or, something along those lines. So
yeah, like, back in the day, they probably would have been like sent to a fucking church orphanage and become a priest or whatever and made something of themselves. But when that wasn't an option, they were literally just dumped in the woods.
I agree. And you'd be surprised how often that happens, Chad. They just don't talk about it. There were different forms of abortion. It's kind of evil.
Yeah.
But at that point, Chad, when it comes to Chad and Tyrone having a great time of their lives with these females, and then when these females, after they hit the wall or they get the couple kids, they're on the desperate search to find a stable man with great income and hopefully gullible enough to believe the bullshit that she's spewing out her mouth to become some type of stepdaddy or whatever, right? She doesn't even have to tell you that she's a stepdaddy. She will just manipulate the situation in order for you to believe that you're the real dad.
Oh god! Or they'll try to make it seem like it's fucking equivalent. Like, oh no, it doesn't matter that you're not the real father. You're the one that you're the one that raised them. You're more their real dad than their biological dad. No.
No, and I think we should.
The men who fall for that are fools.
We should. Honestly, we do want to do another stream on child support because things are getting pretty ridiculous when it comes to that. I do want to make a stream on that.
Like, I mean, you can have pride perhaps in raising another man's kid, but they're not your kid.
Sorry, I can't. I can't. It's just not the same because especially when the kid eventually realizes that I'm not the real dad, oh, the rebellious stage was going to be astronomical. It's going to be bad, you know. And it all depends on what the mother does. And you already know, chat, 9 times out of 10, she's going to side with the child. Like, you can't discipline the child like that. No, you're not his father.
Fucking 9 times out of 10 is like, no, it's quite simple. Who's going to fucking provide for her? Like, you, the broke ass motherfucker who is getting used up, or the child who's going to have a much higher income when you, as the man, are fucking old and gray and retired and looking for a handout. Like, your fucking social security ass ain't gonna provide.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? There's plenty of situations where the stepdad is rich enough to do, to able to support his step family, but it's always the mom, because once again, chat, once the single mother lays down with Chad Tyrone or whoever it is, the baby daddy will always be first priority. It's an unfortunate truth, unfortunate reality, but that's just life. She will always put him first above all else. And you're just an afterthought that you pretty much a walking ATM in the family. And that's, I don't want that.
Fuck, in that situation, like I've seen some of this, and then I hear one day that, oh, she did something really nice for me. It's like a sign of loyalty. My mind goes, she's fucking some other dude and is trying to allay suspicions. Like, have you ever been in a relationship and just out of nowhere you are suddenly nice to the girl and she immediately gets fucking suspicious?
I wouldn't say relationship, but yes,
you've seen that shit where the guy will do something nice out of the blue and the woman gets suspicion.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, let's go get shit up. I remember, I'm like, hey, let's go get McDonald's, and she's like, what? I'm like, I want some fucking fries. Let's go to McDonald's. What do you like? Come on, Yeah, she's mad suspicious. I'm like,
yeah, but that's exactly the thing, like, because she wouldn't be unconditionally nice to you unless she's trying to keep you from getting suspicious about something or another. So I was like, okay, you know what? Turnabout's fair play. If I hear that a woman is suddenly and unusually nice to the man, I assume that she's fucking some other dude.
This is borderline black pill. Talk about the foundation of black pill, not like the black pills that you guys are hearing. But Dig says, if a woman had your baby, that's permanent puniti access no matter who she's with. And that is a fucking fact. That's a fucking, unless you're in jail or you disappeared off the face of the earth, she's going to give it up.
No.
Probably not all the time.
No. I'm straight up disagreeing because, once she's had, because really? There's plenty of men who the woman's had the fucking kid, and then's like, all right, I got what I wanted out of you. I got the baby. You are financially bound to me right now, so these legs are closed, and there ain't shit you can do about it.
There's plenty. Well, I see what you're saying, right? If she's able to secure that, that rich simp, if she ever deals with a man I call him a simp. But if she hasn't secured a guy like that, if she's out there looking, and she has boyfriends and shit.
I'd point to Louis C.K. Like, he has multiple fucking kids with his wife, apparently, and yet for him to get anything more than and he can't get anything more than a disinterested hand job, so he's got to fucking hide in the fucking corner, but in the basement corner by the boiler, to quote him, like a troll, in order to beat off in peace. So no, A woman
I agree
popping
with-
your kid out is no guarantee that you're
I,
getting.
I agree with
lifelong
IY fan
commitment.
though. I agree with IY fan though. Yes, that's what I meant. I should have been more. I should have been more specific. If you Chad Tyrone, yes, she will come back. I've seen it all the fucking time. I've seen it. Baby mamas going behind their stepdaddy, step boyfriend's back to get some of that baby daddy dick.
Well, that's the,
I've
I'd say
seen it
that
all.
if you're Chad Tyrone, like you're getting fucking Puniti access regardless of whether or not she had your kid.
I know, but my point still stands though when it comes to, the Alpha C situation.
That's the thing. Like she still instinctively wants your fucking alpha seed, and she'll still keep trying to get it. But she doesn't have to actually pop out the kid for there to be guaranteed. She just has to want it.
No, but she's more inclined, to procreate with Chad Tyrone. But I do see what you're saying, where it doesn't matter if she has a kid or not. But if she does have the kid, especially if she has a kid by Chad Tyrone, oh yeah, she's definitely going behind the back of the boyfriend or whatever it is for a long time. I've seen it personally, Chad. I called people out as well. Like, hold up, you're married. Why you here, or why are you messing with this person or that person? Because it turns out that it's the baby daddy. It's not the husband, or it's not the fiance, etc. She wants to go back to get that, that Tyrone action, because first off, she's imprinted, right? If she had low body count, right? I know it's the best possible way is if she's a virgin, but low body count, she could still get imprinted if she got that Chad Tyrone guy, and she's never going to get enough until she gets older, and she has to focus on family. She has to focus on this and that. But even then, there's still that chance that she's drunk, or she's mad at the boy, the step boyfriend, or the step husband, or stepdad, whatever. She will still go back to the baby daddy. It's all about how she feels, Chad. It's all about how she feels. You'll be surprised how sneaky women are when it comes to promiscuity. You'll be surprised.
I'm surprised both ways. I'm both surprised at how good they are at it and how bad they are at it at the same time. Because a lot of the times the reason that they're good at it is because the guy is being intentionally fucking oblivious.
Would you? Okay. Yeah. Well, you talking about on the man side?
Yeah. Like
okay.
Oftentimes, like the woman gets away with shit because the guy refuses to even entertain the thought.
I agree. He doesn't want her to change.
He doesn't want to believe that she's not who he thinks she is.
Right. I agree with that one. But women are definitely, horrible at accountability. If you guys watch the show called Cheaters, or, along those lines, the excuses that these fiancés, these girlfriends, these wives make up when they get caught in 4K cheating, it's very laughable. You gotta have a few cold ones, or smoke some doobies to have a great time seeing these women freaking out. Like, oh, it's my cousin. Like, wait, hold up, bitch. What? Like, this ain't your cousin. Like, what kind of Alabama shit are you talking about? Oh, well, I treat him like a cousin, and the lies will get worse and worse, and she'll look stupid, but she don't care, right? Because accountability is a woman's kryptonite. She'll just make excuse after excuse after excuse after. She will never admit it. And like I said, anything that woman has to admit, she will only learn her lesson or admit when it's too late, when she has no other options that she can exercise, when she has no choice but to accept accountability. That's what you guys got to learn. There's no, oh, you're going to tell me the truth? You're going to tell me the truth? No. Unfortunately, you got to put their feet to the fire in order to get the actual truth. And even then, that's a gamble.
You're not going to get them to say the truth, not unless
there's no choice.
No, you have to get fucking physical evidence and wring the truth out of them. Because if they tell you the truth, it's because they don't care about getting caught.
That, or they're afraid to suffer major consequences, depending on the evidence. Like you said, if you have like obvious evidence that, she's committing adultery if she's married, or, she doesn't want to be outed as a 304.
Yeah, like here's the fucking test. Go to your girl, ask to see her cell phone. The more volatile react, the more damning the evidence.
That's like 90% of girls these days, man.
That's the thing. Is like you either show me your cell phone, let me look through the text, or I'm just going to assume there's something damning on there, and we're done immediately.
Chat. Here's a quick game for you. If you decide to still deal with the Western woman, don't go after the possible males that she's talking to on her smartphone. Go to her besties group chat. That's where you get the juicy details. Go to the best friend's messages, because that's when she's actually going to tell the truth. For the most part. Oh, Chronic is invading. Oh. Uh-oh. There goes Chronic. What's going on, Undead? Hopefully you're doing good. I thought you was going to stream today. Because you streamed like, what, 2 days ago?
No, yesterday, man. I streamed last night.
Oh, damn. Shit, I was probably too lit.
Your sleep habits must be fucking whack if you don't even know how many days it's been.
Oh, it's not even sleep. I'm sipping on some good shit. Like, I'm having a great time this holiday season. It's amazing. Kind of, it's probably going to be a crazy time during New Year's Eve / New Year's Day. So, wish me luck. Because there's definitely multiple parties I have to go to.
Yeah, shit. New Year's Day. That's when I'll be doing my next thing with Elden Ring. So,
am I allowed to click this? I don't know if I'm going to click this. 21 Studios emailed me, called me a F word for roasting him. Like, it's not even just a roast. Like, you stated facts. Like, you stated facts. He's on that grifting grind.
Hey, is a roast even remotely effective if it's not true?
Not really.
Yeah.
It depends. Well, you got to be a female first off. Then that'd be a different story. You can spew out any bullshit you want, and people will believe it.
Yeah, but okay. When was the last time you heard a female give an effective roast?
See, it's not an effective roast. What I'm saying, like, she doesn't have to. She can.
That's what I'm saying. For a roast to be good, it's got to be true.
Well, what I'm saying is, she can talk out her ass, and she will have a backing, especially if she's attractive.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that she's good at roasting. It just means that simps are simps.
To the simps, it's a phenomenal roast. They've never seen the biggest roast in their lives. Like, they can roast marshmallows with all that roast.
Yeah, but like you give some dude a fucking look. If a hot chick gave a dude a fucking raw ass piece of steak, he'd probably eat it and declare it the best roast he'd ever had. Like the best fucking meal he ever had. It's like, bitch, she literally just pulled that shit out of the fucking wrapper, tossed it in the microwave for 30 seconds, and put it on your plate. And you call that a fucking proper ass steak? You pussy bitch.
Oh, hold up. So Undead Chronic says, so now I have to roast his baby mama and fiance so hard they ban my channel. Oh, God. Oh, okay. So I can tell Undead Chronic's taking off the gloves. He's taking off the gloves.
All hail Undead Chronic 15. Subscribe to Undead Chronic 15, guys. It's going to become the main channel in a week.
Hey, on Deck Chronic. Hopefully, we'll see 2017 on Deck Chronic. Hopefully, you just gotta mask a few words, but hopefully we get close to that because that would be a epic stream.
People asking for classic Undead Chronic the same way they asked for classic Rick and Morty.
Uh, so did I miss it? Like, do you have like any other input when it comes to adversity, the comparison between men and women? Like, do you have anything else that you want to put in?
Well, I guess I'd say, just to go off the university analogy, a word of caution. Like, you learn a lot at the university of adversity, but make sure you can actually afford the tuition fee. Which is, the pain and suffering that you'd experience in order to acquire the lesson. Like, you don't necessarily want to have to go through a divorce to learn that divorce sucks. I can't hear you. You either muted or you walked away. Oh god, this is why the clips take so long to fucking edit, because there's often so big gaps because you can't fucking tell what's going on. What, you expecting me to go on a fucking 3 minute? Did you fucking walk away for a second or something?
No, I had to take a quick phone call. So, but at this moment, when it comes to that type of situation, all I have to say is a lot of people are, it's going to get worse where, like we talked about streams before, eventually the ultimate goal of feminism, they want to get rid of gender altogether. Right? To the point where they believe everybody is gender fluid. There is no man or woman. It's just, you're here.
That's the thing. They'd ideally want that, but that can only happen when literally the entire world is under their thumb, because as long as there is a need for any sort of military force, any sort of physical labor, then there will need to be a difference between like men and women. At the very least, they want to make it so that there is no femininity. And that's why they're constantly attacking everything that is feminine. They don't want to be attacking women, but they want to make like the fucking troglodytes that you can't tell whether it's a fat man or a fat woman when you look at them. It's like, is that Gabe Newell, or is that Gabe Newell with long hair?
that is true, but once again,
that's what they want. They want men to just think that that's fucking normal and standard, and that.
Yeah, I preach about it all the time. How the fuck are you going to change hundreds of thousands of years of evolution? Yeah, I know, millions of years. I'm talking about ever since the Homo sapiens came about. How you think you're going to change hundreds of thousands of years within 70 years, which is crazy to me. It's not going to happen, in my opinion.
That's the thing. These people aren't fucking scientists. These are the kinds of people who make their lives sitting at a desk and thinking of ideals. Reality is not, like, reality doesn't apply.
I agree. And what we preach about before are great examples right now that we have in 2022 is Ukraine and Venezuela. And that's just the beginning. When that shit popped off, whether it's an economic collapse or war, all of a sudden they know what a man and a woman is. It just like it's hysterical of the
I'd honestly be convinced that fucking, because here's the thing, the end goal of communism, the end goal of feminism, it is not communist. Like, they preach the ideal to tear down the stable society so that they can put themselves on top, and then they're going to make a stable, unchanging society. They're only tearing down the existing norms and systems so that they can be on top, and then they'll solidify it. Every communist, like every instance of communism, always ends in fascism as soon as the power successfully changes. Like, feminism is going to fucking end as soon as the people who will benefit from feminism right now no longer benefit from feminism. That's why you're seeing Jordan fucking Peterson become this anti-feminist icon. It's like, bitch, he probably pushed that shit for fucking decades until it no longer benefited him, and then he's against it. And he's trying to maintain the status quo.
Didn't he, like, in 2017, under Chronic knows, because under Chronic, he's the one that covered
He's a fucking psychology professor in Toronto, Canada.
Well, he talked mad shit about MGTOW in one video. I forgot.
Yeah, which he fucking called them weasels and shit. But no. I'm talking like before that. Before the whole policing of language thing was a bridge too far and he gained notoriety. He was a fucking psychology professor in Canada. That dude probably pushed fucking feminist ideals and all that sort of bullshit. He wasn't no fucking icon of masculinity right up until he became a victim of the very things he'd been pushing.
I agree, because they fucking tore him a new one when he was, I think the first one was, first off, he was called out about, trashing men. But the second one was when he was going through his mental health situation. He was called crying on stream and his health was failing. He had no type of sympathy from it. And in fact, he was getting clowned by everybody, when that situation happened. Like, he had to go to the hospital multiple occasions. He was very ill. He had no sympathy from the feminists, this very soft, empathetic society. No, he got just his daughter.
He was all pushing for all this bullshit right up until he realized, oh shit, I'm actually not going to benefit from this anymore. So now I have to push back just a little bit. And then he got pushed out. It's kind of like fucking Tim Pool. Like, he'll push for the fucking lefty bullshit until it's a bridge, until it's like, oh shit, I, as a half Asian, because I'm half Asian, guys, did you know? I'm being discriminated against now. I have a harder time getting into post-secondary. Standards for me are higher. Then he starts pushing against it, and all of a sudden he's a fucking right-wing icon. It's like, no, motherfucker, he's a fucking lefty who now just finds him on the right-hand side of the Overton window.
So you said Tim Pool and Peterson are both fence sitters?
Well, no, they weren't fence sitters. Fence sitters would have just straddled the middle. No, they actively pushed the fucking lefty stuff until it outpaced them. And then they found themselves on the wrong side of the fence.
Okay, yeah, that's the wrong phrase. Like, you see them jumping back and forth. Pretty much.
Tim Pool worked for fucking Vice, man. He was, as he'll fucking say a million times over, he's one of the founders of Vice. When has Vice ever been a fucking fence-sitting piece of journalism?
Oh, never. They're mainly liberal.
That's the thing. He was always a fucking liberal pusher. It's just the people that he fucking supported got even more extreme. And then they started to push him out because he no longer fit their particular flavor of victimization.
I'm not saying he's not Asian.
Oh, no, that's the thing. Asian. Like, that's the thing. Apparently, he's Asian enough to think himself a victim of the left. So whatever the fuck that qualifies as.
Bro, you're the typical New Yorker looking guy. Like, I don't know. It's just, I'm like, what Asian are you talking about? Like, I'm not talking about the stereotypical. Like, you see some type of features. I don't see.
Yeah, well, for all we know, he's got like an Asian dad, but is like fucking. That's the thing. If he's got an Asian mom, then he's definitely half Asian. But if he's got an Asian dad, then for all we know, his fucking mom got knocked up by a white dude and he's adopted. Who fucking, or he's a bastard.
Bro,
who knows?
It's like me saying I'm Polish. I got some Polish in me. but it's like what 0.001%.
And
I took the
to be
test.
fair, technically Russia is in Asia, so for all we know, he's half Russian.
That will make a lot more sense. I agree. That will make much more. But Undead Chronic says, "Oh yeah, Undead Chronic is not fucking. Oh, this is. Yeah, Undead Chronic is not fucking around. Do you see it?
Yeah, I see it. Like it's he got the fucking paperwork.
Oh, Undead Chronic, bro, it's gonna be crazy. I gotta be there for the stream. I gotta be.
But no, like, but that's the thing. Like all these people who push fucking leftist bullshit, they're only doing it so that they can get power because they don't see a path to power in the established system. So the only way that they get power is by tearing down the established system. And Tim Pool was more than happy to tear it down until he became part of that system. It's like how fucking Bernie Sanders is going after the millionaires and the billionaires. Then he becomes a millionaire. Oh, it's the billionaires. It's just the billionaires. It's not the millionaires. It's the billionaires we're up against.
I agree with you saying. You know, it's similar to all the left, like you said, all the leftist ideals. You know, they're going to milk it to the best of their ability until they're unable to do it anymore. Then they'll do a complete bait and switch, right? And not just for marriage, but just ideology in general, so they can, you know, save themselves.
It's fucking BLM. Like they say they're all about the fucking message, all about helping the blacks. Then they pocket all the fucking money, buy themselves a house as far away from black populations as they can, and fucking disappear. That's how they fucking operate. They pretend to be anti-establishment until they gain enough power to join the establishment, and then they don't give a shit. And then they just fuck off and maintain what power they had. They do not give a rat's ass so long as they don't benefit from it.
But now we got pro men. Now we got Trad Thoughts coming back. You know, we predicted this too. We knew it was going to happen years prior. But the rate that's going right now, because once again, Chad, the last, I will say, 2 years, I have not seen that many PUAs and Trad Thoughts coming to the manosphere. Now it's infested, you know, because they're trying to save themselves. They're trying to save face, because at this moment, they see the storm on the horizon, and they're just trying to save themselves. They oh, what you mean? You know, I'm not like these other girls. I'm an ex-feminist, or, you know, I've always been traditional.
That's the thing. Like, if men wanted to commit to horrors in large numbers, then Trad Thoughts wouldn't exist.
I agree. I'm gonna read something from Undead Chronic. It's funny that I understand what this means. No Spice, you are a white man. This one right here. I think I read it right. No Spice, you are a white man. Yeah, I know slight Spanish. You know, I'm working on it. But that's a great comparison. That's a lot, because I'm like you said, like he keeps saying that, you know, I'm Asian, or whatever. I'm like, come on, man, like give us more details. Are you Korean, Japanese, Malaysia? Like, give us something, you know. But like you said, every time that he goes anti-establishment, then he goes like, well, come on, guys, I'm a victim too, because I do remember back in 2020 and onward, he was a big advocate on, Asian hate. There's still a lot of Asian hate going on right now, but I haven't heard anything from him since. You know, so he'll pull it up whenever it benefits him. So I agree.
That's the thing. If you can succeed in the system, then you're working with it to benefit you, and you don't need to be a victim. It's only the people who are failures in the existing system that need to advocate for these policies, but they don't. But they claim to do it for the benefit of everyone else, for the benefit of all. But really, they're just using everyone else to justify their own power grab. And as soon as they have the power, they're going to kick the fucking ladder down behind them.
Agreed. That's pretty much has been happening since, the dawn of communism. People really think that, it sounds good on paper, but it's a dystopia. The ideals cannot be applied to real life. Pretty much, it's impossible because all the variables that goes with it.
Yeah, like communism. I think you'd be hard pressed to find a place where communism exists in nature, even because you might think like, oh well, ants. Like, okay, ants are literally a whole bunch of infertile women serving one fertile woman, and the few males that are produced fuck off to go knock up other fertile women.
Right.
Like, that's not men and women working together in fucking harmony for the greater good. No, it's literally a whole bunch of fucking sterile women serving their mother.
I agree. And when it comes to this explanation, chat, I'm going to keep it simple, Barney style. I'm going to give you the meats and potatoes. When it comes to communism, yeah, it's very complex. There's a lot of layers, but I'm going to keep it simple. So let's say that you bust your ass and you are earning $75,000 a year. Well, on the other hand, this person is earning $25,000 a year. But according to a communist state, it doesn't matter how much you worked hard. The state is the one that takes all your resources, whether it's income or food from the farms. They will take all of it and they will distribute it evenly, quote unquote, evenly amongst the people. Well, but that's not going to work.
From everyone's ability to their need. Like, all you're going to do is have people maximize the amount of shit they need and minimize the amount of shit that they are able to do.
I agree what you're saying, but the point is, Chad, communism is not going to work because do you honestly think at least humans, right? At least humans, are you really going to be okay with you busting your butt in your, high paying job compared to a person that only earns 20 grand? Like, you earn 75 grand. This person earns 20 grand, but he's able to have a share of the money that you earned just because they want to distribute, just the state wants to distribute all the resources somewhat evenly. Well, you will feel some type of way. You'd be like, yo, what the fuck? Like, I'm the one that's busting my ass over here. This person barely lifts a finger and we get paid the same or we get the same resources. That's where shit starts to crumble. Because like what Gray said, at the end of the day, the state is the one that has the true power. And communism in real life cannot work. It always resorts to fascism. The only one political party will eventually have the sole power. It's. I know I can get into more details, but
because here's the thing: here's what happened. You have people working a variety of jobs, and they all would be earning different wages if paid according to value, but they're all earning the same. So then then the people working the worst, shittiest jobs go, you know what? I don't want to do this job anymore. I kind of want to sit on my ass and do the bare minimum. And that's when the state has to pull out like the force in order to force people to work the more dangerous jobs.
I agree.
Like,
what was Stalin's plan? That got a lot of people killed. It was like an industrial plan. 10-year plan, I think it was.
Honestly, not familiar. I'm more familiar with Mao's Great Leap Forward. Stalin, I have not looked extensively into.
A lot of people starved to death.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Mao's Great Leap Forward. That's exactly what happened. A shit ton of people starved to death.
Right. Because of the fascism part, right?
Well, because of the fucking distribution issues. Like in Miles Great Leap Forward, most people who starved were in the cities, whereas the people who were out in the rural countryside, they did significantly better.
Yep, I agree. I agree, because once again, the people that's in the is it the rural areas? Am I saying it right?
Yeah, rural, the countryside. Yeah.
They're the ones that have the skills to be self-sustainable. So yeah, they might have felt something a little bit, but yeah, it pales in comparison of what happened in the cities. They were like there was like cannibalism.
Well, yeah, it's all population density.
Right.
Like the amount of people per square foot matters. If it's high population density, then there's high competition for resources, and you're going to get a lot more violence and death. Spread everyone out a lot further, and you're going to see the survival rate go up.
Apologies to the chat if you think that the chat is boring, but this is very important for you to learn. So, yeah.
Though, the thing is, Lord Messiah Disciple, if it were not for personal greed, capitalism would be the perfect system. Well, but that's that doesn't make sense. Capitalism runs on the presumption of self-interest and greed, which is, I think, the perfect way to look at humans. Like, look, humans run on fucking self-interest. You need a system that trusts in people to be greedy bastards in order to function. If you make a system based on altruism, it will fail. So if you're going to set, like, here's the thing, if you're looking at modern day America and thinking that's capitalism, no, it is not. And none of these fucking monopolies and bullshit could exist in a capitalist system.
Yeah, capitalism is a rat race. It's a very competitive type of economy. It's no joke. It's who can get the most, and that's pretty much it. Who can get the biggest, the best. That's it. It's the epitome of greed, in my opinion. Capitalism. Who can get the most resources?
Yeah, but
I think that's the definition.
Who can get them in so many different ways? And here's the thing: the absolute tyrants of capitalism. Like, if you just think of the worst kinds of people, they are better. Like, I would take a fucking greedy, selfish bastard because they can be satisfied. Like, someone can reach a point where they're like, oh, yeah,
I am content.
Oh, I got it. I'll chill for a while. But if it's someone who is trying to do shit for your own good, it will never be enough. If someone's trying to satisfy themselves, they can be happy. Like, they can actually be happy for a while even and give you some fucking reprieve. Someone who's fucking tormenting you not for their own gain, but for their own moral sense of superiority, it will never be enough.
So what's the extreme version of capitalism? It starts with the O.
Oligarchy?
Would you say that's the people in power when it comes to the capitalism economy?
Yeah, those would be the equivalent of the mega corporations. Here's the difference. Like, right now, we've got what's called a mixed economy because, let's put it this way. Section 230, with all these social media platforms, these Section 230 protections by which the government, supposedly reflecting the will of the people, protects all these platforms from fucking lawsuits and the use of force, even as these platforms act as publishers by deciding what can and cannot be said. That is not capitalism. In a purely capitalist system, there would be no Section 230 protections, and these platforms would, they'd either be fucking sued or worse. So and there wouldn't be no fucking government protecting them and giving them immunity.
It'll be a free for all, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. So a bigger version of Wall Street.
Actually, think a bit more. Did you ever see the Whitest Kids You Know skit where you have the two rival businessmen like sending snipers and grenade launchers at each other?
Yeah, you mentioned that a couple days ago.
Yeah, like that's more what I see, like a purely capitalist system where like the fucking gloves are off and you literally have private military and security like forcing each other into compliance.
Which I agree. That would be a true, dog eat dog environment when it comes to, true capitalism. I agree.
I mean, like it's fucking dirty and violent, but I genuinely think that you'd have a more peaceful and profitable system than a communist system.
I agree with that as well, but we're going to address IY Fan. What do you think about his comment? He says it's a mixed economy because the government picks the winners and losers.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. And we see that with social media, because if it was neutral, then the government wouldn't feel the need to be putting pressure on all of these major platforms to run all these psyops and bullshit.
Yeah, and like we mentioned before, it was a big revelation of the GameStop controversy, where people figured out like, oh damn, like we found a kink in the Wall Street system. Everybody invest in GameStop right now. We all can get rich. And then all of a sudden, all of these investment, companies and whatever it is, they put all of it to a halt, which is completely fucked up. Which proves what IY Fan says: they pick the winners and losers, the government.
Yeah. They will not allow the people to gain it. Like, you need to be chosen by the government to be successful.
Agreed. And Dex, yeah, I'm having a phenomenal stream as well. We went from a serious stream to a free for all. I got time. So, insider trading, yes. Yep. Oh, a shit ton of insider. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like you've got the fucking government who's able to enact policies that boost some companies up and drag other companies down, and then the fucking government members and their families are able to place investments and then know ahead of time what laws are going to be pushed and passed and adjust their finances accordingly in order to maximize their profits and minimize losses.
Agreed. And the chat is on fire right now. Jesus Christ. Jerry K says, then the bailouts happen. You just proven the point even more. I forgot about the bailouts.
Yeah. And I keep in mind, like, forget this about Ukraine, but where the fuck was Hunter Biden working, quote unquote, working as a consultant for fucking years, where he was doing all the crack and like meeting with all the stuff that the laptop has. Like, Ukraine, what country was he doing all this? Yes, Ukraine. He was in fucking Ukraine doing all that. And now who is the US bending over backwards to send all the fucking money to?
Ukraine. Well, what's up?
And you think that like most people wouldn't be so brain dead that they can't see this lining up, but here we are.
There's the majority of people are brain dead because they were influenced to be brain dead, and I'm not surprised.
They don't have a fucking memory beyond what was on television last night.
Yeah, that's why shorts are popular, on YouTube and shit.
Yeah, and that shit's work. I finally trimmed up the latest clip. Of course, internet's been out, so I couldn't grab all the visuals. But
right,
like I got to get the clips between under 4 minutes and ideally under 3 minutes, because that's the only way I can think people are actually going to watch them.
M Nemesis. You said not brain dead. They're a coward for the most part. I would say both. Both.
Some are cowards because they won't do anything about it, but there's plenty that's brain dead because they just won't think about it.
They don't
Like you
see
can like you
outside
can
their bubble.
Yeah.
You know, it's they're only there for clout, nothing more. They don't want to. They only look at things at face value. I'm talking about the brain dead people. They only look at things at face value. They see that, oh look, oh the U.S. needs a help, and I'm gonna put a Ukraine flag on my profile picture because, yeah, give me likes. So it's I will say yes, both brain dead and there are also cowards. I will say it's a mixture of both.
Yeah. Like there's the cowards who will refuse to acknowledge reality even if you shove it in front of their faces. And then there's the brain dead people who can't acknowledge reality and just go with whatever the social group says.
Agreed. They don't want to. They don't want to listen to no facts. They don't want to listen to no revelations. They don't want to listen to what's actually going on overseas, which will contradict everything that they're trying to virtue single. They just want to, look good because social media. Yeah.
Yeah, like they say that anyone who's against Ukraine supports the fucking pinwheel party. Meanwhile, you have the Azov battalion fighting for Ukraine. So,
shit, we getting a little bit too base now. This is when Susan is going to get very angry.
I'm dodging all the fucking like special terms here.
You said the exact battalion. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I don't care.
It's not
I don't care.
It's not like fucking YouTube has marked that down. I didn't say like why the Azov battalion is bad.
But I don't care.
I mean, if I said that the Azov battalion is a great patriotic unit fighting for Ukraine, like the fucking algorithm ain't gonna strike shit for that. They're only gonna say it if I got
people looking at my shit specifically. Like I'm pretty sure they do. I guarantee you they do.
We are almost 3 hours into the stream, Yeet. How many of these fucking people looking in here are gonna actually get to this point and catch this specific line? All like. Seriously, within the first about 20... the hatred. Okay, like
hey, look at this fucking flaming skull trying to call out the alphabet community. Yeah, okay, man, I need to stop because I'll definitely get their attention. Not gonna lie.
Nah, like so. From what I've been able to piece together, right? So long as you avoid tripping the automatic algorithm that's turning everything we say into closed captions, you're fine.
Yeah, I personally don't care. I really don't. Because they already demonetized my entire channel. Just because I posted that Streetwalker video. Like I'm like, reuse content, yes. Yet I uploaded 100 videos of reused content. But that one video is the one that, like, you know what? Your entire channel is demonetized. So I already know at least somebody is manually watching my shit. It's probably a fucking furry. God damn it. You're messing up my my shekels. I could have got even better art by now. I'm hitting good numbers.
We're gonna get you set up with fucking Streamlabs and Skrill this week. And that way we'll get to break into your international market.
Oh, too easy. And once again, it's no big deal because the subs are definitely treating me very generous right now. Like WM, thank you for your donation. And he says, Tim Pool is a Elizabeth Warren Caucasian. Okay. That was a good one. That was a good one. He says called Asian. Oh shit! Chad,
I'm half Asian, half cock, half Asian.
Like it's like Chad. Like it annoys me when people say like, I'm Cherokee. I'm Blackfoot. You know, I'm this and that. But turns out that it was their like great grandfather or grandmother that was native, but they pretend to be like, oh yeah, I'm half native. I'm this and that. Like, motherfucker, you got ginger hair and green eyes. What are you talking about? You know. So I agree with your donation, WM. Tim Pool, in my opinion, is definitely the version of Elizabeth Warren, because Elizabeth Warren, throughout her, I think was it 2016 election, talking about, oh yeah, I'm all this Cherokee, yeah, I got all this native blood in me, but turns out that she had like what 1% when she took the DNA test.
Yeah, like I'd be curious to take the fucking DNA test and trace my fucking ancestry, but I know more that shit ain't gonna be fucking private. So I was like, do I really want to hand over my DNA to the kinds of people that would sell my data out for pennies? Really?
You only gonna be cloned.
I mean, I don't necessarily mind that. No, like think of it this way. A clone's organs are the only organs you can get, short of an identical twin, that will not be rejected by your body.
Well, you're not wrong, but I didn't know he was gonna go that far. Goddamn, bro! Like, holy shit! I don't mind because you know.
I'm not quite on Chronic's level of fucking biology, though I'd like to be. Like, but like you, I can dive down weird fucking rabbit holes, man.
We can't. Not just yet. Not just yet. But you're not wrong though. Dak says I have 0.1% African. Last time I took a DNA test, but I am whiter than a leper. Nah, man, you can go to Compton, Chicago, Baltimore. You can go to St. Louis. You can go to Miami. You have to go to the south side though, Miami.
Yeah. Wait, walk to a back alley in New York with your DNA results
and say like, hey, I got the pass. I got the N-word pass. You know. And I'm sure they're like, you know, like you know, you're 0.1% African, so no, I'm just kidding. No, you'll get your ass whooped. Please don't do that. Don't do it.
like if you're
that's a Boondock reference.
Shit, how much of what I said actually got through there? My internet just fucked again.
Oh, I didn't hear anything until like just now.
Yeah, I know. It's like get your fucking DNA results. Go to a back alley in New York and get your N-word pass.
Like, come on, guys! I want you. What's going on, my brother? Like, what's going on? Don't do it. It's not going to end well for you. Please don't. Please don't. Unless you can, you know, season some good, you know, some good cooking, you know, then you know you be invited to the barbecue. Okay, like that will help you out a lot if you know how to season and cook your food.
Hey, actually, pro tip: like since Chronic's on that, like he's working on negotiating that Vietnamese bride deal. Like, I'll say this: they like their food spicy. Like, I learned a fucking appreciation for fucking chili peppers.
Oh, the hottest I went was ghost pepper, and that was the best worst time of my life because the spice was on point, but when it was traveling through my system, I'm like, okay, I'm going to die.
Nah, man, when you have some pho with a whole bunch of fucking like bird's eye chili peppers on the sides, sriracha's fucking tame shit. Nah, like you get some actual fucking bird's eye chili peppers lined up around the edge. Like you take one of those, and then to counter the spice, you have some of the pho, and then
I don't think I ever had bird's eye chili. What is bird's eye chili?
It's not quite as hot as ghost peppers, but like it's up there.
Is it around the habanero?
I think it's hotter than. I'd say hotter than habanero, like less than ghost pepper.
I'm down to try it. Let's see if I can me see if I can find it. I know there's like some type of Asian store somewhere around here.
Yeah,
I'm
like
down to-
seriously, I highly recommend Bird's Eye chili peppers. Get it with a good noodle soup, and like if you learn to like it, it's a good time. But
bro, I ate so much. I ate so much pho, and bro, it's ridiculous. Like,
yeah, no, like, you gotta have some freaking faba with Bird's Eye chili, or like.
well, are you a fan of boba?
But I like it well enough, but I wouldn't necessarily like if I was invited to get some boba, I wouldn't say no, but I'm also not about to go out of my way to get it just every day.
Oh, I hate boba with a passion.
I'm okay with it. I enjoyed it quite a bit, but like I'd legit go back to Vietnam for a week and just like sample a whole bunch of the fucking restaurants and get some of the really good pho.
I know I ate a 5-pound bowl of pho years ago, and that was one of the best time of my life. It was phenomenal. You got enough of the sliced pork, the sliced beef, put like nothing but hot sauce and all that crazy stuff in there, jalapenos.
Oh, dude, fucking like you ever had like oxtail or ox spine?
With the pho or with other
pho.
I have not actually.
If you get the chance, man, it's good. Like seriously, if like I would say this, like fuck the fucking fake Japanese aspect to like these Vietnamese girls. Like if they can cook traditional Vietnamese food and make me some good fucking pho, I was like, okay, I'm down.
Oh, hey, believe me, especially when you travel overseas, pho is definitely something to die for if you find a good place overseas.
Yeah, like honestly, the only thing that I find wrong with Vietnam is that it's fucking communist.
It's cheap as fuck though, right? As a foreigner.
Oh yeah, as a foreigner, it's fucking cheap. Like you go there with some cash, like you're living like a fucking king. So long as you stay out of District 7 of Hanoi, that's where not Hanoi, Ho Chi Minh City. Like there, the prices are like kind of ridiculous. Like they're ritzy. But you go to District 1 and you eat locally, oh god, you can eat such good shit for so cheap. Oh, and stay the fuck out of District 4. Just straight up. Do not go to District 4.
I don't know. Now I want to go to District 4.
No, dude. Okay, if you're going to District 4, you better be fucking armed.
Okay, never mind. I guess I won't go to District 4. Okay, I'll just I'm probably going to accidentally like walk into like, oh, what's up? All these red lights.
There's only certain cabs like fucking don't get into a cab that isn't like I forget the exact name, but like there's certain registered cab services. Those are the ones you get into. You get into a fucking random ass cab. Good fucking luck. You are best case scenario going to be driven around all over the fucking place and be left with an insanely huge bill.
Yeah, scammer. Yeah. I guess somebody is not liking how you pronounce pho.
Okay, yeah, well, they can fucking be pissed at me all I want. I learned it from going there, pronouncing it, and having an actual Vietnamese girlfriend, so suck my dick.
I'm paying for your food, right? I says pho. God damn it. Okay.
Yeah, well, guess what? You say it's pho? Okay, you're wrong. Fuck off.
I know the bowl is dirt cheap in Vietnam. I watch YouTube videos where people, travel around and eat the food over there. And I think it was like $3, $4 for like a big old, like a nice sized bowl of pho. So it's I will go there one day. That's on my list. It's going to be very phenomenal. Just hopefully I don't get caught up by some future style in. That'd be very unfortunate.
I honestly, if you spend your time in like District 1, District 7, you'll be fine.
Well, hopefully, the leader of Vietnam likes basketball, like Kim Jong Un. I'd be able to teach him how to shoot some hoops.
Yeah.
But black people ain't that bad in America. I get to live the luxurious life, just like Dennis Rodman with Kim Jong Un. I think that would be nice. But I do want to. My only demand is a limited amount of food. Like, I don't want to pay for shit. That's just me. I don't give a fuck about, you get the girls, you get the jewelry. Blah, blah. I want food.
Yeah.
Because the food is healthy anyway, per se, compared to the United States. So I'm not really too worried.
Yeah.
No,
but no, that's the thing. It's just funny when Carney got the sponsorship. It's like, we'll get Vietnamese women, we'll train them to be Japanese or Chinese or whatever your Asian wife. It was like, dude, fucking Vietnamese women are just fine as they are. You don't need them to pretend to be a different culture.
No, just keep them in the country. It's cool. Just keep them there, and I've heard great things about Vietnamese women. Like you said, you just gotta avoid certain areas, like pretty much anywhere else.
Yeah, like it's just a matter of knowing what local areas. It's just a matter of knowing the local shit.
Agreed, and I'm gonna address this super chat right quick. WM again. He says, Warband class trip to District 4 then? Well, if you're willing to supply the protection, sure. I'm down.
I mean, like if you went as a fucking group to District 4 and everyone was watching each other's backs, yeah, you'd probably be fine. It's like, standard rules for going to, I don't know, Compton or some shit.
Compton don't give a fuck. They gave no fucks. They like, hey, where you from, blood? Like, where you from? I can be rolling in 10 people deep. Like, hey, you ain't from here, cuz. Like, you ain't from here. Who you at? Who gave you permission to come here? And all of a sudden, me and all 10 people, we're getting our ass whooped. Shit, we're getting beat up by the kids too. Like, that's how fucked up it will be in Compton. That Compton don't fuck around.
Oh yeah, another rule of Vietnam, like especially if you're a tourist, don't touch shit unless you intend to buy it.
I agree. That's the same for a lot of places as well.
Yeah,
because
like straight up, like if someone's like hawking shit on you, do not touch it unless you intend to pay for it.
Yeah, because they're gonna harass the fuck out of you and yell at you like, you gonna buy? You gonna buy this? You gonna buy this? Like, damn, I just want to see the pack.
Although I can even say the same thing for some of the souvenir, like the street souvenir guys in Florence or Firenze. Just they don't touch shit unless you intend to buy it. And if you bring some fucking change out, that shit will be snatched right out of your hand.
Don't they throw stuff at you over there? So you touch it?
They'll get pretty fucking pushy and actively put shit in your hand if you let them. I never experienced shit being thrown at me, but
okay. I know somewhere in Europe where like people, because your reflex is to at least catch it, for the most part. Like if you see something coming at you, you just like grab it with your two hands. They're like, you pay. But I forgot which country it was.
Yeah. Well, I didn't experience that. I didn't experience that in Italy, but yeah, like it's like the rule is like you touch it, you buy it.
So that's pretty much why they get desperate enough to throw it at your face.
Mm-hmm.
But
although it is funny to see like some fucking illegal hawker like pack up his stuff and then like swift walk away from a female cop who's just swift walking behind them.
Hey, the cops in Europe, I'm like, not bad. especially in Spain. I'm like, huh. They're pleasing on the eyes compared to the United States. I'll let you know right now.
Yeah. David Graham, you telling me those peppers you have to go out for milk and some smokes? Let me put it this way, you will be fucking sweating and satisfied. So yeah.
You need milk and bread.
Well, no,
at least
cigarettes, it's a sex metaphor.
Oh shit! I don't give. Come on, man. It's too late. It's too late for me to get these metaphors. But I do want to address Dax right quick. He says the weirdest food I had was alligator, but it was damn delicious, bro. I had alligator. I had snake. I've had moose. At one point, I had mountain lion. Like, I wasn't starving, but like, let's keep it real. And Gray, we talked about this a long time ago. When you're starving, everything tastes good.
Oh yeah, hunger is the best spice.
Yeah, that's why we had to get into it for a bit. When you went like if I wanted to taste another human, I'm like whoa, relax. I know it happened before a good amount of times, but I've never gotten to that point of starvation. But I can never see myself going that far. So that's where the argument was.
Well, and maybe you're fucking higher moral fiber than me some way, but if it comes between starving and eating little Timmy, I'm eating Timmy.
I don't blame like once again like
I ain't gonna be one of those motherfuckers who was like he had access to meat, but he still starved. That's like, nah. I'm gonna be surrounded like if I die of starvation and there's people around me, they're all gonna be fucking skeletons with all the bones cracked open and the marrow sucked out.
See, but that's what I'm saying, right? Like if Timmy's dead and you're literally on a life and death situation, that's why it's never held against the people that were like stuck in the mountain or something like that. If it got to that point.
I don't give a fuck if they're alive. It was like, look, motherfucker, if I'm going to starve to death before you die, then I'm going to reverse the order of operations right here.
Oh, no, fuck that. Like, at that point, we're throwing hands. Like, you're going to have to work for that shit.
I don't blame you. It was like, look, motherfucker, I'm starving. I'm desperate. So, like, I will engage in honorable duel here out of respect. But one of us is going to walk away fed, and the other is not.
I'm throwing a coconut at your head.
Oh, you see, I'm assuming that we're in the
frozen mountain. Where do you get the coconut? Oh, okay. I'm talking about like on an island or like where you're like pretty much stranded with people.
I'm assuming Donner Party shit where we're in the middle of the frozen mountains. But I'm Canadian, so I assume snowy bullshit more so than I do.
That will still throw you off guard if I throw a coconut.
If you throw a fucking coconut at me, then I'm even more pissed because where the fuck am I starving while you have a goddamn coconut?
Wait, I can explain.
That shit's fucking edible. Why the hell am I fighting over cannibalism here when you got a fucking supply of coconuts?
Wait, guys, hear me out.
I mean, that's like you're fucking contemplating eating your leg, and then some motherfucker's got a goddamn cooler of fucking frozen meat. You're like, what the ever-loving shit, you incorrigible asshole.
Yeah, at that point, you got to go. I agree. At that point, nah, that's unforgivable. In my opinion, that's unforgivable.
Yeah. Speaking of though, like, admittedly, if I do have to eat my own fucking body, like the left arm is the first thing to go. I need both legs to get around. I can sacrifice one arm.
Oh man. Yeah, you're right. Honestly, now that I think about it, yeah, I'd probably do the same thing.
I'll pick the non-dominant hand, but I ain't sacrificing the leg first.
Hey, Rishi, it's either here. I'll address your comment a bit, but Albush emu meat. I never had emu meat. How does emu meat taste?
I imagine it tastes a lot like chicken.
Yeah, I agree. But Rishi said, "Did you have coconuts the whole time?" Pretty much. Shit, it's either coconuts or pocket sand,
I mean, like, let's be honest. If I'm considering eating you and you throw a coconut at me, it would be like, this better be a fucking peace offering, man. Because I will eat this coconut and you will live another day.
But would you rather have coconut or pocket sand in your face? Like both of them can be pretty lethal. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, like, I'll be honest. If we're in a situation where I'm considering killing and eating somebody, if I'm going to be taken out by one thing, I'd prefer a coconut to my head in the middle of the night rather than pocket sand. Like if someone hits me in the head with a coconut, like I am out, maybe even dead. I get pocket sand. That is like several minutes of agony. It's like, what would you prefer? Taking a bowling ball to the head or glass in your eyes?
I'm sorry, man, but it's just like I'm imagining like somebody in the life or death situation just throwing a coconut at somebody's head. Like where'd you get the coconut? We're in Mount Everest. Like, where'd you even get that?
We're in the middle of the mountain. Tell them, did you get a coconut?
And you just hear like a doink, like you hear the contact. I wouldn't be able to keep a straight face even in the life or death situation. I'm sorry. Like out of cartoon situation.
Yeah, it's like a fucking anime. You pull a random hammer out of nowhere. Like imagine that. It's like you're stuck in a fucking desperate situation. It's like, shit, we can't break this coconut open. There's no rocks. Like, hey, look, say something bullshit to the female. She'll pull a hammer out of nowhere. We're in the middle of a desert island. Look, that's just how it works, man. I don't make the rules.
I have a donation from Gold Dalek. Thank you very much for your Cash App donation. He says, shrooms are the weirdest food. Here we go. Okay.
Here we go again.
Yeah. Like I said before, mushrooms are fucking gross to eat. It's disgusting to me. Like I don't get why people eat mushrooms, but you know, whatever. I guess truffle is a mushroom.
Yeah, truffle.
That's like the only. That's the only mushroom that I've was able to eat. But like normal mushrooms, where you put like pizza or pasta, etc. Sorry, I can't. I can't do it. Right. Mushrooms and pineapples do not belong on pizza. I don't know why it's there. I don't know why.
Honestly, here's the thing. Edible mushrooms, there's a very narrow window where you can actually get edible ones.
Is that why it like tastes weird half the time?
No. Like if they were harvested at the optimal time, then best case scenario, you are going to have a massive stomach ache. But you got to get very specific. Like you got to get very specific with them. You got to harvest them before they get filled with fucking mold and spores. And they're
mushrooms do grow quick, right? They grow pretty quick.
Yeah. They'll grow fast, but it's a fast burning candle. Like they grow fast and they go bad fast.
Rishi, don't be like that. I called it. I knew it. Like he's in the chat somewhere. I knew he was waiting for me to address that. Rishi, come on, man.
But at the same time, like they're actually quite valuable. Like you can find a mushroom that, like years ago, like my dad, he found a mushroom just in a ditch on his property. Like that shit would have legit gone for $30 at a restaurant. Like you could have sold it to a restaurant for $30 straight up cash.
Right.
Like in just one moderately sized puffball mushroom.
Well, isn't there mushrooms that also like tastes like chicken and all that stuff?
Yeah,
like
probably.
Somewhere along, because a bunch of vegetarians.
But keep in mind, like most mushrooms are fucking poisonous. Like you just don't eat them because, like, best case scenario, it's gonna suck for a while. Worst case scenario, you're gonna die.
You're gonna die a big old mushroom death.
And well, I guess no. Best case, and then of course there's a scenario where you just trip balls for a while.
So I got the
mean-
right kind of mushrooms.
But well, that's imagine like you're fucking starving and it's like, the only food I have right now is some fucking psilocybin mushrooms. And so every fucking meal you down a whole bunch of fucking shrooms and then you trip balls for hours on end.
That's a win-lose situation.
Yeah, like you might have some food, but you are not going to be useful until next meal time. That's for damn sure.
That is true. You'll be wondering why you can see sounds and stuff. I agree.
And you're fucking tripping around, crawling on the ground because everything's spinning.
Okay, that's a horrible trip. I would not want to go through that. But Ash says
no, that
mushroom,
might have been. Well, to be fair, that might have been acid. Might be mixing up which one I took.
That's true. But mushroom says not mushroom. Ash said mushrooms are delicious and a great prepper's food to cultivate for long term.
If you're cultivating them in a controlled environment,
right?
Then okay, yeah. But like if you're trying to harvest them in the wild, like fuck, man, one wrong fucking move and you are screwed.
It'll be a very bad time. What is the there's another one. Hold up. Do. Oh, okay. Fedorable the Horrible. Okay, that's a good name. I just ate a $120 Kobe beef filet mignon with sauteed shrooms. God damn it. Last night. Happy birthday to me. Hey, very happy birthday, man. Hey, I'm glad you're able to celebrate another year with your boys on Earth. But shrooms, though, like, I don't know. It just
it depends. Like if it's truffles, that's one thing. They're very rich flavor. Many of the mushrooms that I'm familiar with, they don't really have much of a unique flavor. That they're kind of like, okay, I'll be honest. If I were to describe it, mushrooms are nature's tofu.
I agree. I agree with that one. It's something that can replace, at least be a substitute to the protein. I agree. But Dig, how do you know this? How do you know this, Dig? Alcohol will fix a bad acid trip.
I would be very cautious about trying that out. I think I'd have a very hard. Some of the trips I've fucking had, like I would not trust myself to even try to drink alcohol. It's like, look, I'm just gonna fucking like lay around on the ground and maybe fall asleep until the storm passes.
But Dig, what'd you do? The fact that you even know about this. That's my question. Kobe beef is the beef of the gods? I disagree.
Oh, I got to step out. You got to drain the main vein and get some fresh ice. So I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, it's all good. But Kobe, nah. I know not everybody is able to, afford it often. But if you ever tried Japanese Wagyu beef A5, that is the beef for the gods. But it is hella expensive, not going to lie. I've had it earlier this year. I was able to get it shipped over from Japan. I had a certificate with, the cow's imprint nose and all that stuff. That was an experience I can't really describe. If it's possible in the future, definitely get A5 Japanese Wagyu beef. Lego says, are we cannibalizing Rishi's offsprings? I'm not. You guys could, but I'm not. I'm good. I'll leave Rishi's offsprings alone. Because mushrooms are gross. But guys, in all seriousness, put a 1 in the chat if you're enjoying the stream so far. Put a 2 in the chat if you're like, whatever. Just let me know because I need some feedback. 1 in the chat is a good stream. 2, it needs some improvement. because I know we completely veered off on topic, right? We're not on topic anymore. But as long as we still have some entertaining conversations according to you guys, that's all that matters. Because not everything has to be serious all the time, right?
Yo, I'm back.
Welcome back. Some old disciple said it was 1, then 2. Now you're back at 1. Why the 2, disciple? You gotta let me know. Why the 2? We gotta get some feedback. I know we completely just went off course, but
if you're going to criticize the audio for one reason or another, you got to actually give details. We can't just go with audio bad, audio good, and know what the problem is.
It's not the audio; it's the content itself. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get right now. Like, what do you think that needs to be improved? Constructive criticism. I'm down for it.
Keep in mind, we are 3.5 hours and several drinks in, so
yeah, they're still here. So I'm assuming we're still somewhat entertaining. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, we're almost at 3 figures of viewers, so that's pretty good.
I think we were barely over 3 figures earlier this stream, but I know everybody's going to sleep.
Yeah.
What? Okay. Disciple said there was a moment you two were getting a bit dry. Man, what you mean?
Hey. 969 subs, literally 31. Like, if I may, I could theoretically still hit 1K subs by 2023.
Oh, is it because I took a piss? Yeah, that's my fault. Fedorable says, I like you to streams. Reminds me of a buddy of mine retired from the Marine Corps. Chill dude until he gets pissed. And I don't really get pissed. Like, I really get pissed.
We know what gets you triggered, though.
Yeah, mushrooms.
Oh, I was thinking more about like fucking black bitch talking shit, but sure, mushrooms.
Why you gotta remind me that? That stupid fucking cunt. I swear to God, she still pissed me off. And if you guys are new to this stream, there's a reason why I have a disdain of the quote-unquote divestors. If you don't know what divestors is, look it up. You will know.
The opposite of investors, in case that helps.
Okay, so is there anything else that you want to address? Anything?
No, I think I've done like 3 sets of closing statements. I think if I do another one, we'll be at here another hour.
Shit. Like, once again, I have time, but at the same time, if you feel that you gotta do your own thing or go to sleep, it's all good to me, bro. Like, we always got tomorrow, or whenever you're not busy.
I'll see what my schedule is tomorrow. It's been like basically a family festival this week, so.
Oh, believe me, this weekend is going to get real for me. But if you have time, at least around the same time, 9 p.m., I'm down.
Oh yeah, I can say like 9:30. Give me time to head out to cards and see how well the deck's doing, because I actually squeaked out a win today. That was actually
let's go.
Best night ahead. I dropped an embarrassing amount of money into this deck, but it is fucking viable now. It's competitive.
This is serious for me. This is a passion. But I'm gonna address Birth right quick. He says, depends on how long you need to decompress. Right now, it would not be unwise to be serious always in an active depopulation program. I don't know what you mean by a depopulation program, but I do see what you're talking about.
I think he's saying that you got to ration out how long you can chill, given that we are actively trying to be removed by the powers that be.
Oh, okay. I get it now. My bad. I get it now. Yeah, at the moment, if I'm serious 24/7, 365, I'm sure eventually you guys would be like, go off and have your own little conversation in the chat. So that's why me and Gray at times we just like, you know what? Hey, fuck that. I want to talk about this topic.
Yeah.
I think it works.
We do want to provide value, of course, but like expecting a hardcore lecture or serious debate on stuff for hours on end, you got to pace that stuff out. Like you can't just be hard and serious the entire time and expect to retain people. You're going to burn them out. You got to ease off the gas every now and again and let people just smile and laugh at shit.
Agreed. I'm not Jordan Peterson. Okay, I can't be interesting and serious at the same time. When me and Greg get serious, we get serious. And how you say it will overload you guys' retention if you get what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you gotta keep in mind the human brain, it's a bunch of chemicals and electrical impulses, and by being serious, especially saying serious shit that's painful, the brain can only take so much of that before it demands a relief. And if that relief is not going to be found in this stream, then you're probably going to get people clicking off of the stream just to go and take a break for a while.
Agreed, especially all the information we give you guys in the process. Yeah, that'll eventually get you pretty much back in college if you went to college. Well, I'll say fucking high school. And then you had to sit there for an hour and a half, 3 hours of listening to the professor just talk about nonsense the entire time. You'll get bored.
Yeah, like imagine going to a fucking calculus lecture, but you aren't going to get graded. You're literally just there as the guy tells you mathematical formula stuff, write shit on the board, and then starts erasing the first board to write more shit.
I will flip over my desk. I'll be so pissed. Oh man, I have nightmares about calculus. Sorry.
Honestly, I've been meaning to spend some time breaking out my calculus book and just teaching myself off of it, because I could do it, but I didn't practice it thoroughly enough, and I kept fucking up the tests.
Really?
Well, yeah. No, honestly, it was not due to the material being too hard. It was strictly a lack of discipline.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm a big procrastinator, so yeah, I definitely agree with that as well. Like, do you have the up-to-date calculator? And I don't know which one it is, right? I haven't been in crazy college in a minute, so.
No, I didn't need I don't need a graphing calculator for this stuff. It's literally just fucking around with the equations.
Oh, okay. So you're not going all seriousness.
Well, no. With calculus, you're not trying to find a number. You're using equations to find equations.
I know, but there's buttons on that graphics calculator that will help you. That's what I'm saying. Like send, costs.
Okay, no, that's the thing. Like that would be if you were trying to solve the equation.
Right.
Like this is not something that a calculator can solve. I mean,
so you're just doing it just to do it, pretty much. Just write down just equations. Just write down the equations and.
Well, that's the thing. Like the point of calculus is the equations. You're not looking for the answer, like as a single individual number. You're looking for the equations so that a wide variety of answers could theoretically be calculated.
That will still involve, unless I'm thinking about something else, that will still involve the graphics calculator if you needed to find the final equation. Or if I'm freaking
out. At the very least, the calculus that I had to deal with, a calculator would not have saved you.
Okay, because like I said, it's certain buttons on the thing that will assist you.
I'm like you're talking about the trigonometry shit, but like there's a difference.
All right, never mind.
Yeah.
You're right.
Like
You're right.
there,
I'm
like
thinking
there
about
is,
trigonometry.
like there is trigonometry in calculus, and I'll admit that's one of the areas I flipped out because, like, you get a like when like I got a fucking equations with trigonometry in the equations, and I'm like, fuck, I don't remember how to alter this into its next form. I'm screwed.
Yeah, that's completely my fault. My fault, chat. I literally had trigonometry in my mind. Yeah, you don't really. It's not required for you to have a graphics calculator for calculus. So that was my fault.
I mean, for some
I'm
calculus
lost
you
in the
might,
sauce.
but for the stuff in my textbook, so far as I can remember, nah, graphing calculator ain't gonna save you. Like
All I
only a
know is
lot of fucking.
calculus pisses me off. Like, why are we adding letters and shit
Oh
or
no,
whatever?
no, you're thinking algebra, man. Calculus is fucking algebra on steroids.
It's been a while since I did take calculus, but it's been a while. But it pissed me off. I remember taking that in college, and I like the entire fucking like first question took up half the board. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, are you gonna teach me? Come after school for tutoring. I'm like, what are you doing? Stop erasing the equation. What are you doing? Like, it's very nightmarish. So, there's all the shit that you have to, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, you gotta switch your rules, you gotta do the chat. If you've done calculus, you understand my frustration. Okay, I barely passed with a C minus. Barely passed. I'm never doing math again after that. Like I'll do simple math, but fuck that calculus shit. I'm not trying to be some quantum theorist, whatever the fuck it's called, a physicist. Fuck all that shit.
Yeah,
Trying
like
to.
it really just belongs to the physics realms, but I still want to learn it specifically because I fucked up so hard in post secondary with it. It's like, god damn it, I want to learn it just to fucking overcome this failing.
Man, it's like, don't get me wrong. Like if you're able to like master it pretty well, man, shit, that's a pretty good skill to acquire. Like if you're gonna use that for, you know, something else like physics, right? Like, are you really going to try to go for physics, or you're going to use the calculus for something else?
Honestly, I can't really think of many things outside of physics that I'd necessarily be able to use it for. So realistically, it would have all the practical value to me of a Sudoku puzzle.
Sudoku. Damn, I haven't taken one of those in a long time.
Yeah,
those are fun.
That's the thing. I'd want it more or less purely for the intellectual stimulation, not necessary because I think it would have any practical value. But I'm the kind of guy who, if you throw some fucking numbers out, like I immediately start looking for the patterns in them. Like if someone shouts a fucking mathematical problem in my vicinity, I will fucking shout out the answer to it as fast as I can, basically on reflex.
Yeah, I'm more of a problem solver besides, anything that involves math per se. I like to, I would say, critical think. I'm a big fan of that.
Oh, that's useful too, but especially when you're working, you would be, I don't know if you'd be surprised or not, but the ability to do fucking double digit mathematical problems on the fly is very useful in construction.
I've seen that
it's honestly surprising to me how many people need to pull out a fucking calculator.
That's true, but I'm more of a critical thinker when it comes to philosophy, like those type of things. And surprisingly, people are saying that that's still very useful skill when it comes to getting various jobs. They say, hey, if you're able to go beyond, able to take it a step further, it's something that plenty of employers look for.
Oh yeah, no, definitely being able to think outside the box and abstract a certain situation, like, yeah, that's going to be useful in basically any job as well.
Yeah, fuck that math shit. Sorry, I got math and mushrooms are my number one enemy. Like I can do math, but I will say the farthest that I can remember is trigonometry. Even then, I barely remember trigonometry. I blacked out on fucking calculus and shit. Fuck all that, man. I'm sorry. That was a horrible time. And yeah, I'm a survivor. He said right here. Where's it at? Damn. He says, I failed calculus. You're a survivor? Yes. Because my dad would have easily elbow dropped me if I failed that class. I'm like, I had no choice but to pass.
You weren't taking fucking calculus with a C in algebra or trigonometry. Let's just be straight up. Like, that was university prep only, at least in my schools.
Whoa, I had to take I know there was pre-calc and then actual calculus. I took the actual calculus sophomore year.
Oh, really? I didn't get to doing actual calculus until grade 12, so senior year. So
well, I know a bunch of smarty pantses in high school that can do, you know how they do college courses in high school?
Okay,
you know about that?
Well, for me, it was like, look, you either do the college courses or you do the university courses. And I did the university courses. So
I am so confused. Isn't that the same thing?
Not in Canada.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
It is post-secondary, but like the college stuff is more aimed at the practical stuff and the university is more the theoretical.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So yeah, like our education isn't that good unless you're like in some type of Ivy League school. But when I took calculus in college, because I took pre-calculus, I took the actual calculus, I regret it because I overestimated my abilities. I got pretty cocky because I'm the one that got the B at pre-calculus. I'm like, oh, okay, actual calculus shouldn't be that bad. I was fighting for my life in there. I was fighting for my life. And
here's the thing: like if I say x squared plus 2x plus 5, reduce that equation, do you know the answer?
I have to get a pen and paper because it's been years.
You really don't need a pen and paper with that. X squared plus 2x plus 5. Reduce that.
Well, I'm drunk as hell too. I've been drinking. Ask me tomorrow, then I'll be able to answer it. But I don't even have pen and paper. Yeah, it'll be a waste of time.
You really don't need a pen and paper for
that. What I'm saying is, I procrastinated a lot that year. I didn't really pay attention. I only skimmed through everything, and my grades weren't that good. And my parents weren't too happy, but at least I passed with a C-.
Nah, so it was actually kind of funny. There was a friend of one of my exes, I think cousin of one of my exes, who was prepping for calculus, and I pulled open their textbook and actually did some tutoring. He's like, "No, I failed this shit, but I can walk you through how to learn from the textbook without a teacher." So,
and that's another thing. The teachers also have issues ever since middle school and onwards. There's a lot of teachers that don't know how to teach. They don't know how to explain. They believe every single student is the same, and they don't know how to accommodate to everybody's learning skills. You know what I'm saying?
I do understand that, but at the same time, there's the frustration because the amount of extra time it takes in order to teach a whole bunch of people who learn in a variety of different ways. Like, you can't really put down the numbers for one group of people and then get a variety of colored blocks for the other ones.
No, I agree. But at the same time, the issue is they never put any type of, the bad teachers, the bad ones, they never put any type of effort to help a student understand. Usually they walk around with a huge packet, oh, hey, everybody, do this packet in class. Here's this whole packet, finish the packet by the end of class, or bring it back in the morning, and they don't talk to us anymore. They just, you know, just sit there
I think
in the
that
chair.
I think my high school math teacher was far superior to the ones you had to deal with if that's what you had. Like,
They're there for the check, pretty much. Like it was obvious, but you know, as kids, like, what can we, really do? You know what I'm saying?
yeah, no, like mine, like I legit would go to school early and sit outside the classroom, like waiting for him to show up for some extra, help on the homework. So yeah, it sounds like very, very different classes of teachers between us. So
And don't get me wrong, there's good there's great teachers, but they're outnumbered, in my opinion, by teachers that are just there.
well, especially these days, because let's be honest, the best teachers are probably going to be the male ones that actually give a shit, and they're probably first on the chopping block in this day and age.
Damn. You know what's fucked up about it? The teachers I was just thinking about right now were all males. Like, not gonna lie. I was thinking about the geometry teacher, the U.S. history teacher, and the gym teacher, because he's the one actually that taught me how to swim. Yeah, he took time out of his schedule to actually teach people that don't know how to swim because there's swimming classes in gym. They're like, if you don't know how to swim, I'll teach you. Not once you see a female teacher.
Yeah.
uh,
No, actually, we legit, we had to fucking prove that we could swim for one thing, because grade 10, we went on an actual camping trip out to a national park, and there's been some incidents where some kids down in Toronto, they didn't know how to swim, and
Really?
the teacher took them out, and their female teacher took them out to the fucking park, and they drowned.
Huh? Wait. How? Like, what happened? Like,
Well, they went swimming without a life jacket, and they didn't know how to swim, and they fucking drowned.
Fucking.
And the teacher was like, you know what, I'm gonna force this fucking permission slip through, even though they're not qualified, because if all the students don't go, then I don't get my vacation.
Are they law in Canada, or are you talking about the United States digs?
This was Canada and Toronto a couple of years back.
Are life jackets like? Is it required, or you just talking about in general?
Well, life jackets are required by law in a boat, but these were just a bunch of kids swimming in a national park.
Okay, that makes sense. Damn, that's fucked up, bro. God damn.
Yeah.
Even when the kid, like, do they force him to get in the water? Like, see that's the crazy part. God damn. That's fucked up. And I'm assuming it's a male student, right?
Yeah.
Nah, it's not something they. So because if you don't know how to swim, man, and something ain't right. And I'm assuming nothing happened to the teacher.
No, there was I don't know the details. There was a big kerfuffle about it. I don't know if they actually got fired or anything.
Right.
But yeah, no, like, here's the thing. Like, I don't know about the US, but up in Canada, we got a lot of fresh water. Like, there's a lot of fresh water fucking everywhere. So it's learning to swim, like, that's not optional up here. That's a basic survival skill if you want your kid to make it to adulthood.
And if you don't know,
there's a whole bunch of people who, like, they live down in the fucking city, and either they came from a place that didn't have a lot of water, or they just never bothered to take their kids out to a public pool to swim. But
I agree. But if you don't know, chat, the reason why he says fresh water is because salt water, which is pretty much the oceans, it helps greatly for you to float. If you didn't know, that's why.
Salt water is far more dense due to all the extra shit in it. But like fresh water, and there's a lot of fucking rocks and all other kinds of stuff. But we got a lot of fucking fresh water. We got a lot of rivers. We got a lot of lakes. So in Canada, you gotta learn how to swim.
Yeah, especially you have to outrun a moose. I saw mooses running on water. I saw that.
You ain't outrunning a moose. You are not outrunning a fucking moose.
Let's just say I'll be completely fucking terrified if I in the water, all of a sudden, I turn around and I see a big old moose just like he's running on
the only
water.
thing I can say is if you're in the water and you're with the moose, your best fucking hope to get away from the moose is to quickly swim to deeper water so that they can't run at you and they actually have to swim towards you. But they're fucking tall bastards, so it better be deep ass water.
Yeah, it threw me off guard, chat, of how quick moose can run. And I don't know. I don't know if they can run on water or not, but the video I saw,
they run in water. They have think about it. A moose is basically an elephant crossed with a flamingo.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, that's what you're saying.
They run. They're not running on the water; they're running through the water. It's just they're so fucking tall it looks like they're standing on it.
Yeah, and it was running very fast. I was like, "What the fuck?" There ain't no way. I'm like, if I was in the water, yeah, I just hey, I had a good run. But Bane says, if the moose ain't gonna get you, the orca will. What is an orca?
A killer whale. You're not gonna find them in fresh water.
I'm getting too drunk in that shit. Well, shit. The chance is never zero. Somebody can bring an orca.
I mean, maybe a fucking SeaWorld's trying to hide an illegal orca or some shit, but I mean, there's nothing saying that an orca can't be in fresh water.
Well, somebody's trying to do a epic prank,
I mean, we don't know that the Loch Ness Monster isn't an orca hanging out in Lake Okanagan. It's certainly possible.
I'm just fucking around, though. I'm gonna say somebody can do a big old prank, how far pranks can go. So who knows if somebody's gonna try to take it to the next level, bring a whole ass killer whale. I'm sorry.
Honestly, some of God, I don't I mean, maybe they could eat sturgeon. I'm just thinking about the food supply now.
Oh damn, yeah, that killer whale is gonna starve pretty good, probably.
Yeah, sturgeon get pretty fucking big, but I don't know if there's the food supply to sustain an orca.
Yeah, because they can eat a lot, right? They can eat a shit ton.
I think they eat seals, man.
Yeah. Don't they intentionally play with their dead bodies and shit?
Oh yeah, they have fun. They're very intelligent, and they can actually teach their children shit.
Doesn't take away the fact that they're evil. God damn. I saw a video of them launching a seal 50 feet in the air. Stop, he's dead.
Come on, what the fuck else do they have to play with?
You're right. They're bored, so.
I mean, it's not like there's, wildly naturally spawning beach balls or some shit.
Unless, that's plan. I agree. I agree with what you're saying.
I mean, hey, stop seal torture and just drop a whole bunch of fucking beach balls up in the Arctic.
Shinobi one. What's going on? His first comment that I've seen, I think.
He's posted a couple.
Oh shit. Well, my bad, bro. He says, I watched a YouTube video of a guy who shot at a bear many, many times. His mate shot, the third guy shot, all shooting and charging the bear. On dissection, the bear's fat blocked, absorbed the bullet's penetrate. Yeah, you need a fucking powerful goddamn handgun or rifle.
Handgun? No,
Take that bear down.
you need a long gun. If you are taking a handgun to a bear, you are doing it wrong.
Oh shit! At least a fucking rifle or Magnum.
Wait. If you're going up against a bear with a handgun, it better be a fucking 50 cal.
Yeah,
Like if
I
you're
don't
not
mind.
using a Desert Eagle on a bear, then you may as well use a goddamn BB gun.
Well, Deagle or the Magnum. The Magnum is still effective too, depending on where you hit it.
45, yeah, that'd be decent enough, but even then, like no shooting the fucking flanks. You'd either get the heart, like you're aiming for the heart or the head. Like,
Yeah.
if you're just trying to like get a lung shot, you are an idiot and you're going to get eaten.
I'll throw a slingshot. Let's go old school, boys.
I was like, oh hey, charging bear here. I'm gonna throw a rock at it.
Bears are fast too, so yeah, I agree. You need a powerful.
They're fast and they're a lot of money. Like wait this way, if you manage, like, if a bear's charging right at you, and you manage to kill it right before it gets on top of you, you're still probably going to die because it weighs as much as a goddamn truck.
Well, I agree. I've seen people drink bear fat. That was interesting. You know, when they kill it and eat it. You know, they melt it.
Actually,
They-
funny tip for Chad. Actually, bear fat. If you can get it, like try your local Indian reservation. Bear fat is actually amazing for treating burn wounds.
I didn't know this. Huh.
Like legit, apparently it's better than medical grade treatment. Bear fat for burn wounds.
All right, I learned something new today. If I fucking burn the okay, I go to an Indian reservation if I'm trying to heal some burn wounds.
Yeah.
Go
Like
get that bear fat.
if you suffer a serious burn and you're being given like some ointments from the hospital staff or whatever, find the nearest Indian reservation and see if you can buy some bear fat off them.
Undead Chronic says, if you want TP Puniti, try your local Indian reservation.
I mean,
This dude
you
got
can
no
get
shit.
both. You can get both.
You can both. Use bear fat for lube. Oh no? Okay, it's cool.
It might be good for that. I haven't asked.
Oh, but you cool? Because yeah, we hit 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm good.
Right.
Yeah, I gotta try to get up early and try to finish this fucking clip video. Like I've basically got the audio cut down to where I want it. Now it's just a matter of getting all the visuals for it.
Are you going to release it sometime tomorrow or?
I intend to. We will see what the schedule brings. Because like right now I am like a good half a bottle of El Dorado deep. So
Shit, I'm not done. I'm gonna keep going after the stream, but everything's good. We said everything we needed to say.
yeah, we've honestly been going into random tangents, so I think we covered the University of Adversity pretty thoroughly.
We didn't talk about the laws of Newton. You know, we should get into that right now. That's playing.
I mean, if you want me to do a deeper dive on the calculus and Newton, well,
no, we'll be up all night, man.
Did you know that Isaac Newton was actually born on Christmas Day?
He is God's gift. Oh, but hey, thank you everybody for joining this stream. This is the most fun I had on a stream in fucking forever. It is what day is it today? Thursday now? Yeah,
Thursday morning. For
So-
everyone who's not on the West Coast.
Depending on the situation, chat, I would definitely do another stream tomorrow. And we'll see if Grey Ghost has enough time to join. But we said a lot. So there's a lot of content for you guys to watch for the next 4 hours. So I thank you everybody for donating. Okay. Because once again, you guys are too generous with that. I appreciate it very much. Also, The engagement in the chat was phenomenal. Do you agree, Gray?
Oh yeah, no, we had tons of comments scrolling by and a whole bunch of interesting bits. So thanks everyone who participates. The algorithm does appreciate frequent chats. So
Yes, because
every little bit helps.
I agree. Because this live stream is fucking pointless without you guys' participation. So we both appreciate you guys. But this is your boy Sirius and Grey Ghost. Hopefully you enjoy the stream. Also, you enjoy the gems that we dropped on you for the last 4 hours. Expect to see us tomorrow, but if not, expect new videos because I haven't posted new videos in a few days. And we are out. Peace.
Peace out, everyone.